Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I thought, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Tiende Amolo would say Honorable Sabina Shege is holding brief for the Honorable Junet, who is, I'm aware, is also is out of the country. But he's back tonight. So, Honorable Tiende Amolo, you can relax from Tuesday. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, 27th April 2023. Annual reports and financial statements for Kibabii University for the year ended 30th June 2019, 30th June 2020, and 30th June 2021. 2. Annual report and financial statements for the Privatization Commission for the financial year ending 30th June 2021. 3. Summary of the Auditor General's report on national government ministries, departments, and agencies for the financial year 2021-2022. 4. The annual report and financial statements for the National Police Service Commission from the National Police Service Commission for the year 2021-2022. 5. Reports of the Auditor General and financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2022. The National Transport and Safety Authority, and 2. East Africa Skills and Transformation and Regional Integration Project IDA 6334-KE from the State Department for Infrastructure. 6 is a special audit report of the Auditor General on transparency, accountability, and inclusiveness on the use of emergency funding for COVID-19 on socio-economic packages in the tourism sector by the Kenya Development Corporation Limited for April 2023. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation.
Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, 27 April 2023. The report of the Departmental Committee on Blue Economy, Water and Irrigation on its attendance to the United Nations Water Conference held from 22nd to 24th March 2023 in New York, United States of America. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Chair. Chairperson, Public Petitions Committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, that is 27th April 2023. Report on the Public Petition Committee on its considerations of the following petitions. 1. Public Petition number 2 of 2022 by Mr. Peter Kinywa Waweru, Chairperson of the Gando Pubs Housing Cooperative Society Limited, regarding completion of the house units for Kibera residents funded by the World Bank and the national government. Number 2, Public Petition number 5 of 2022 by Mr. Patrick Kiberia, Executive Director of PEWA Africa, regarding amendment of the Universities Act 2012. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Majority Leader.
I think the member for Bomet East.
Was he holding you captive?
No, he actually tried to trip me as I came down, but inadvertently, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to the provision of Standing Order 44.2a, I rise to give the following statement on behalf of the House Business Committee, which met on Tuesday, 25th April 2023, to prioritize the business for consideration during the week. Honorable Speaker, as members are aware, yesterday the Prime Cabinet Secretary appeared before the National Assembly plenary to answer questions and expound on policies under his docket on cross-cutting and interministerial matters. I would like to thank honorable members for their continued active participation in this process. Honorable Speaker, with regard to the business for Tuesday next week, the House is expected to continue with debate on the second reading of the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill 2022, and the following motion should they not be concluded today. 1, the report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission. 2, the report of the Kenya delegation to the Pan-African Parliament, PAP, on the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament. 3, the report of the Decentralized Funds Accounts Committee on the consideration of the reports of the Auditor General on the financial statements for the National Government Constituency Development Fund for 26 constituencies in the counties of Mombasa, Kilifi, Kwale, Taita Taveta, Lamu, and Tana River for the financial years 2013, 2014, 2014, 2015, and 2015, 2016. And 4, the general debate on the proposal to amend the Constitution and the standing orders. Honorable Speaker, the House will also consider the report of the Kenyan delegation to the Parliamentary Dialogue on United Nations Convention Against Corruption, UNCAC, and the annual general meeting of the Global Parliamentarians Against Corruption, GOPAC, held in Doha, Qatar, and any other urgent business that may be received as we prepare to head into the long recess on Thursday next week. Honorable Speaker, in accordance with the provisions of Standing Order 42A, 5, and 6, I wish to convey that the following cabinet secretaries are scheduled to appear on the afternoon of Wednesday, 3rd May 2023, before the House to respond to questions as follows. 1 is the Cabinet Secretary for Education to appear to respond to the following questions. Question number 102/2023 by the Honorable Oku Kaunya MP regarding funds channeled towards construction of junior secondary schools countrywide, and whether they shall ultimately be domiciled in primary or secondary schools. Question number 103/2023 by Honorable Abdul Haro MP regarding the introduction of school feeding program coupled with supply of clean water to schools in Mandera South constituency. Question number 103A/2023 by Honorable Oku Kaunya MP regarding plans being undertaken by the ministry to ensure smooth transition of learners from grade 7 to junior secondary. And question number 112/2023 by the Honorable John Waithaka MP regarding the plight of government-sponsored students undertaking their studies in Cuba. B, the Cabinet Secretary, or 2, the Cabinet Secretary for Energy and Petroleum shall also appear to respond to the following questions. Question number 94/2023 by the Honorable Amina Mnyazi MP regarding measures being taken to cushion water utility companies from high electricity prices in drought-stricken counties like Kilifi County. Question number 95/2023 by the Honorable Abdul Haro MP regarding stalled electricity connectivity to homes and public institutions in Mandera South constituency. Question number 96 by the Honorable Captain Rueda Obo MP regarding plans by the ministry to compensate fishermen in Faza Ward who incur losses due to incessant power outages. Question number 97/2023 by the Honorable Jessica Mbalu, CBS MP regarding plans to replace dysfunctional and obsolete solar PV systems that were installed to provide uninterrupted power supply to various public institutions across the country. Question number 98/2023 by the Honorable Joseph Lekuton MP regarding connectivity of sufficient and uninterrupted power supply to Loyangalani, Kargi, Mount Kulal, and South Hor towns. And lastly, question number 135/2023 by the Honorable Robert Mbui, CBS MP, regarding causes and planned long-term solutions to address persistent power outages in the country. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the House Business Committee will reconvene on Tuesday, 2nd May 2023, to schedule business for the rest of the week. Honorable Speaker, I now wish to lay this statement on the table of the House. And Honorable Speaker, with your indulgence, to commend the many members, and notably, Honorable Speaker, the Honorable Abdul Haro, the member for Mandera South, has been very keen in putting questions forth on behalf of his constituents, and I would urge members to take advantage of these sessions to put questions to cabinet secretaries, especially those that relate to matters touching on your constituents, because your constituents are watching you, and they are glad, Honorable Speaker, as we were noting somewhere today, the Cabinet Secretary for the Interior, the Honorable Professor Kithure Kindiki, was inspecting mines yesterday in Busia County, following a supplementary question that was raised on the floor of the House, and therefore it becomes a very good way for members to get issues that are of concern to their people, get immediate attention from government and through the Cabinet Secretaries. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order number 8, motion, ratification of 3 Hague Conventions relating to matters of children, resumption of debate.
Clerk, who was on the floor? This motion has 53 minutes to go. Honorable Joshua Mwalio, is he present? Joshua Mwalio? He's not here yet. He's here? Where is he? Honorable Mwalio, you have 3 minutes to go.
3 minutes only.
That is what was left of your time.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I was starting the debate, then I was interrupted. What I wanted to say in this ratification is that there should be an enforcement on the way the compensations are done by the absent fathers who father children and then they leave the country and go away. So the law should be enforced so that they can be followed to their country of origin, because they have left us with a lot of problems trying to educate their children whom they have fathered and they have left in our constituency and in our areas. This law, once it is rectified, it will be able to cure that, and also the courts should be in a way that the case does not drag itself forever, but it should be having some deadlines, timelines, so that the children don't suffer, they don't even leave school because there is no school fees, and their fathers are working, they are enjoying somewhere else, and they are the ones who fathered the children. So what I would like you to say is that although some things needs to be rectified in this ratification of the Hague laws, but what I picked is that the compensation is very important, so that even when the absent fathers are not available, they can be forced by the law even to educate the children wherever they are, and also to be able to take care of them on a daily needs, because it is very hard for our grandmothers, our grandchildren to be able to take care of these children, and they have no income, and they have been left there wondering where the fathers and also the mothers have gone. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I support that ratification so that we can be able to ease the problem of the grandchildren, of the grandfathers, the grandmothers who are left with so many children to take care of. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Munyoro, what is it? I see you flicking the intervention.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members.
I was raising one statement is you give, Honorable Speaker, that you are not aware of where Honorable Junet Mohammed is. And my understanding is that whenever an honorable member is traveling out of the country, he should be informing the Honorable Speaker that is not in the country. I just wanted your clarification, Honorable Speaker.
Order, honorable members. Order, honorable members. For avoidance of any doubt to any member, Article 103 of the Constitution, as you all know, requires that you leave jurisdiction only with the permission of Mr. Speaker. And in the absence of that, you can lose your seat. And remember also Standing Order 257A. It says any member, and lawyers like my distinguished colleague Kajwang can buttress this if they wish. Any member who wants to leave jurisdiction, you simply write to Mr. Speaker to notify him that you are leaving. He will give you permission or may decline to give you permission. It also says the clerk keeps that record, and with the permission of Mr. Speaker, it may be released to any other party to use against you. So it is a matter that I want to encourage members that if you want to leave the jurisdiction of the country, Mr. Speaker will never deny you permission unless it's extremely difficult for him to do so. So just write to the office of Mr. Speaker, and many of you do. Others don't. And those who don't, Mr. Speaker will never instigate anything against you. But if your opponents and other people instigate and they demand evidence from Parliament, if we don't know, we have no reason to withhold that evidence. We get the point, Mr. Munyoro? Yes, Wanjala.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, some of us happen to live right at the border. And sometimes within 1 hour we have crossed for a drink, we come back, we have crossed for a drink, we have gone there, we stay there one day. We need to, suppose I just make a call or I send you a message.
Wanjala, as a legislator, you are presumed to know that we have the East African Community with a protocol on free movement of people, goods, and services within the East African Community. Especially, it's free movement of goods, people, and services across the East African Community. So your crossing to Uganda and back is not within the expected demands. Yes, Honorable Kajwang.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the issue that we have diverted a little is really administrative, and yours faithfully, yes, you have always directed us accordingly, yes, and you are quite aware of these issues. When the member,
Honorable Munyoro of Kigumo,
when the member rose on a point of order to raise this matter, these are some of the interventions that, Mr. Speaker, divert us away from business, because you know that it does not concern this member really, where the member that was supposed not to be in the chamber really is, nor does he help him in any way to know where the chief whip of this side.
Honorable Kajwang, when we started the House, there was no quorum. And I asked where the whips were. And I asked that I have not seen your whip for quite some time. So I was concerned as to whether he was well or unwell. That is how it came up. Now you understand.
In fact, Mr. Speaker, you must be concerned about your House leadership every time. But Mr. Speaker, you know that many of us, especially those of us who have been here for a few more years, including the PSC member that is standing next to you, we do that all the time. Even when we are unwell, when we are sick, when we go to hospital, I have had to write to Mr. Speaker that I have a hospital sick leave to be out of the chamber.
In fact, you are one of the best examples that adhere to that standing order.
Thank you very much.
Always write to Mr. Speaker even when you are going to see a doctor, although that is not a requirement. Julius RUTO Cases.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. And I think
give to Julius RUTO. It is not on the point of order. It is contributing to the motion.
yes.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as I contribute to the motion, but it is also good that, Mr. Speaker, you are raising a point of concern on the missing of an honorable member. And it is also our responsibility in this House to know where our colleagues are, appreciating the fact that even within our neighborhood, we are experiencing some challenges like Sudan, and even an honorable member's whereabouts is not known. It is your responsibility and our responsibility, being a vetted member, being a sworn-in member, to carry responsibilities in this honorable institution, and therefore we should know its whereabouts as a concern and the way Kenyans would be expecting. To this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, as we seek to ratify the conventions that are being undertaken internationally, including one that considers the issues of parenting of our children and the challenges we keep experiencing here and there, knowing that human beings always move across geographical locations and to some extent social interactions that end up increasing or causing issues like parenting have to be looked at beyond our boundaries. But then, Mr. Speaker, my point of concern in this particular motion is a bit of caution, in that some of the ratifications, including this, that requires legal implication. I would wish that such motions or such ratifications and treaties that are being signed should be put in place before this House, clause by clause, so that we're able to look at it, so that we don't end up ceding our role that our jurisdiction and judicial provisions we have by virtue of the Constitution of Kenya shall not be ceded out to the international judicial process, which end up contravening our African culture, which end up contravening our moral practices, which end up contravening our own legal framework. To my case is that such motion, such treaties can be looked at it clause by clause, so that we ensure the applicability within our Kenyan jurisdiction and only limit this particular discussion to international nature of cases that we experience. So that if there are matters that goes across the border of region Kenya.
Order, honorable members, order. The conversations are too loud. We can barely hear the member for cases who is making very valuable contributions to this motion. You are requested to converse in low tones, if you must.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable.
Thank you for protecting me. Mr. Speaker, my point of concern when I looked at the concern on the treaty that need to be ratified through this motion by this honorable House, a big question came to my mind. What are the contents of these particular treaties that were signed and conventions that were discussed internationally, and that we want to adopt them to our own legal framework that we have in the country Kenya? What would be the implication? Would it challenge our existing judicial process we have? Are the contents in this particular law applicable to the laws of the land in Kenya? Does it respect our moral practices? Does it adopt and appreciate our cultural processes that we have? Because we know as Kenya country, what puts us together are the values and our cultural practices that have been there before and up to now. So it is good and ideal for this particular honorable House henceforth to scrutinize, maybe through the committee of the House, to look at each and every particular clause by clause, interpret it, and look at the legal implication into it,
so that we don't end up approving a process that will be selling out our particular role and powers for this particular country. Hence, on the other side, I also want to appreciate that it is high time we look at the global framework in the aspect of looking at issues that touches our family. We all know that we appreciate our family issues. We have been blessed with parenting responsibility. This is a blessing from God that was given to us. And most of the time, we have found out that we get to a situation where we have our own children that suffer a lot because they lack the care of their both parents. At times, one of the parents end up by bad incident or by unfortunate incident, we lose one of the parents and we leave our child in the mercies of the charitable organization or to the laws and the fairness of this particular society, and end up bringing out children who are devastated, who are depressed, and of course, in the long run, we bring out the current challenges we experience in our society, the social challenges, including criminals that we bring in from our children we raise because of lack of paternity or care that our children deserve. So as much as we want to look at across the border, my concern in this particular motion, Mr. Speaker, if it is possible, and it is possible in this House, let us first of all scrutinize the content of these particular treaties. Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Gertrude Mbeyu. Are you on the screen on this motion? And Order Honorable Wanjala. Order Honorable Wanjala. My good friend Honorable Wanjala, you seem to cause trouble everywhere you go. Honorable members, the screen is full. I don't know if you have keyed in to speak to this motion or you have keyed in generally. Okay, I'll give the Honorable Dr. Nyikal.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to contribute to this. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion for the ratification and acceptance of this Hague Convention relating to matters of children. Mr. Speaker, these are actually very important conventions. To begin with, they are in line with the UN Convention for the Rights of the Child, which this country has actually ratified and has signed. And by our constitution, any law that we ratify or treaty becomes part of our law. So, Speaker, it's important because children do move a lot, particularly with their parents. And sometimes in circumstances what actually differences within the family, so that a child moving may actually be considered to have been abducted. Or sometimes children move with their parents and one parent then abandons the children. And sometimes in terms of civil disruptions, children sometimes move alone. And therefore it becomes very important that we have internationally agreed ways of handling these children. Mr. Speaker, I support this because these conventions are actually in 3 parts. And the first part actually deals with the movement of children and how children will be handled when they have moved from one place to the other, or a parent has moved with a child, or a parent has moved and left a child behind. And when a child has been moved from their area of usual habituation, then is need to know how these children can be returned to their homes. And Mr. Speaker, there are so many laws and in different jurisdictions that it becomes very difficult to actually move the children, go through all the procedures. And therefore, the first part that deals with abduction actually gives provision so that across the various jurisdictions, children can be removed, can be returned to their habitual residences in an orderly manner, so that people who are involved, whether they are parents, whether they are government officers, don't have to go through complex different jurisdictions. And that part also deals with, Mr. Speaker, criminalization of moving and detaining children which may be
not in areas where they normally reside, or not with the concurrence of one or both parents. Mr. Speaker, the other side deals with then what happens with the various laws. What methods do we use? And sometimes these are in private institutions, a children's home. Some children may have been fostered. Some children may actually have even been, in some cases, adopted. So you therefore need to know, how shall we deal with this? And as I said earlier, there are different laws in different countries, and therefore you need one agreed way so that people who deal with these matters can actually handle the children without any problem. It is worth, Mr. Speaker, if you have parental disputes where one parent wants to move with a child and the other parent doesn't want, eventually it turns into abduction. Sometimes children are unaccompanied and they are minors. How do you deal with them? And so that part gives you the provision of how you deal with these cross-border issues. Mr. Speaker, the other part that I find extremely useful is how do you enforce family parental responsibility and issues of maintenance. When a child has been moved or a parent has moved, what is the responsibility of that parent in terms of maintenance of the child? So, Mr. Speaker, this has covered everything, and that we really need to look at children. And Mr. Speaker, once this is signed as a country, we'll be bound by it. It will be our obligation, and all government officers, all individuals that are dealing with children will have to deal in line with this, particularly the judiciary and the office of the Attorney General, who will have responsibility over this, and also offices like the children's offices, children's officers, and so on. So this, I think, if we get to, will ease the issue of handling children across different jurisdictions. With that, Mr. Speaker, I support the ratification of these conventions. Thank you.
Honorable members, order. Honorable members, I hope that you heard what Dr. Nyikal said, and he was quoting without reference to Article 2 of the Constitution, that any treaty or convention ratified by Kenya, which you are doing, shall form part of your law under this Constitution. So it's important that you read what you are ratifying, understand it, before you ratify.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for allowing me to contribute. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, I want to oppose this ratification.
I'm giving you.
I think many people who are contributing to this have not read it and understood it. This ratification, when you read it, it means that a certain body can sue you for even child maintenance in the US, and it is enforced here. It means that you will take responsibility for something which has been done even where you are not represented, because you've ratified it. You remember this, sometimes back we ratified the Hague Treaty on Crimes and Humanity. Later on, by Kenya being a signatory, people had been to be taken from here to go and be tried in Hague for crimes which they could not even be able to be proved. So for me, I think the House should not pass this ratification. We should oppose it. We should be able to have an opportunity whereby we are passing it for the rest of the country, which are ignorant on what we are ratifying. We are holding the rest of the 50 million Kenyans to be enjoined into these 3 treaties for children's for children without their participation, without public participation from the Kenyan society. To me, I think we should be able to have an opportune time, because there are some of those ratifications that we are doing that are not in conformity with our own laws. So we cannot ratify what is not in conformity with our law. I think by supporting it, we'll be letting down the Kenyans. And I want this House to rise to the occasion that please let's not ratify something that we don't understand, that you've even not read it. Let's have an opportunity to subject it to public participation. Let's have an opportunity for Kenyans to be able to look at it so that we don't regret tomorrow when we've ratified something. With those few remarks, I oppose.
Honorable members, before I give to the next speaker, allow me to acknowledge in the speaker's gallery PCEA Muthua Church Brigade, who are visiting the house from Dagoretti South, Nairobi. Greenville School from Keses, Uasin Gishu. The honorable member is out of order to stand up and wave at the gallery. Mufariji in the public gallery, we acknowledge Mufariji Primary School from Igembe North, Meru. Muhoroni University Students, I believe, Association from Muhoroni, Kisumu. On my behalf and on your behalf, I welcome our visitors to the House of Parliament and to the speakers and public galleries, respectively. Honorable Farah Malim.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the motion. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if my good colleagues in this House understand the implication of these things. This is a very dangerous thing for not only Kenya, but for Africans in general and the continent. Third world people, Africans with values, are running away now from the first world because the first world has become rotten in terms of moral values. They accept LGBT. They allow a situation in which a 10-year-old is asked whether he wants to be a girl or a boy. They have something that they're calling gender neutrality. You're not allowed to go and buy a cigarette if you're less than 18. You can't go and buy drinks if you're less than 18, but you can decide and determine whether you want to be castrated as a man and injected with hormones, and you want to become a woman at the age of 6 or 7. In the process, there are many Africans who had immigrated to the West who are immigrating back. If you ratify this and it becomes part of our body of laws in the country, it means it will be applied here. Because our Constitution, Article 2, I think, Mr. Speaker, you put it very well, says that anything ratified by Parliament forms part of the body of laws of this country. If a parent runs away with his children, daughters and sons because they don't want to have a sex change and come back to Kenya or Somalia or Ethiopia, it means the school can go to court in the US or in UK or in Holland and say that those children were abducted against their own will, and that's a child abuse, and force us to surrender those children to them. Mr. Speaker, this has got to be opposed in the strongest terms possible. This is a very dangerous thing. Right now, the entire Western world has sent all its guns and said that anybody who does not accept LGBT and the gender neutrality for children and is a nation does not qualify for their aid and support. That's why the Vice President of the United States of America, Kamala Harris, is here and is also traveling all over our continent. Mr. Speaker, This is not purely about children and whether children can be taken good care of or not. This is something to do with what the West wants to carry the world in this new world order of their own values, which is contrary to our own values. Mr. Speaker, we should reject this in the strongest term possible, because we cannot accept this kind of a situation among our children and our youth here. Look at the double standards. A child of 17 years cannot go into a bar and buy alcohol, but a child of 7 years, 8 years old is told, do you want to become a girl or a boy? And if that child says, I want to become a girl, he is castrated without being irreversibly. It can never be reversed again and injected with hormones to get the breasts to come out and the rest of it. If it's a girl and she wants to become a boy, that's exactly what's happening. Now, because there is this crash, there is this crisis in the so-called developed world, there is going to be an avalanche, a deluge of Africans who have traveled before and settled in the Western world, who are going to run back to our continent. They have a right, using their school boards, using their own administration there, using their congresses, to go to court and say that those two parents abducted the children from us in the States and took them away from their own jurisdiction, and then come here and tell them they want to recover those children to be taken back to the States. Mr. Speaker, members of Parliament, my colleagues, dear colleagues, we reject this in the strongest terms possible. Not only do we do that, we create as members of Parliament town halls and discuss what is happening in the world. Our children are going to be destroyed from our midst. The TikToks, the television, the social media, all those things. We now have got to become the agents to preserve our values and address our constituents in town halls and everywhere else, and create a modicum of decency for those young boys and girls, so that we bequeath to them our cultures and our values. Mr. Speaker, with those few remarks, I oppose this motion in the strongest terms, and I want us all to internalize this and do the needful for our country. Thank you.
Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Honourable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute to this very important motion on the floor of this House today, Honourable Speaker. From the onset, Honourable Speaker, I want to say that I oppose this motion with the strongest terms possible. And Honourable Speaker, I have spent, since I got a notification from a very gracious lady who shares the notifications of whatever the order of business is in this House in the morning, Honourable Speaker, I have spent the better part of it, Honourable Speaker, asking to be able to see those the exact wordings in those treaties, Honourable Speaker, so that I can be able to make a very informed decision, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, I have taken my time to be able, from in my own way, to be able to go through those particular writings, Honourable Speaker, and I have read them through, Honourable Speaker. And I want to say, Honourable Speaker, this particular matter, this particular ratification, Honourable Speaker, is something that has been brought to this House, of course, covered in a different color, while it means something in a different color, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, I want to say that having gone through this particular treaties, Honourable Speaker, I want to say that one, they do not address the underlying issues, Honourable Speaker, of the things that, of the challenges that we are facing, both as parents and, Honourable Speaker, also as upkeep for children, or actually maintaining our children, Honourable Speaker. Honourable Speaker, it is giving power to some other quarters that we are not aware of, Honourable Speaker, to be able to control us from a different place, Honourable Speaker. And Honourable Speaker, it is an opportunity for this House to refuse the saying that says, the hand that feeds you controls you, Honourable Speaker. We no longer want to have other different hands feeding us, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, we have to refuse the control that they are giving us, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this country has better and more progressive laws, Honorable Speaker, that can be able to protect our parental responsibilities and also our children, Honorable Speaker, in terms of upkeep, Honorable Speaker. So I want to urge all the honorable members of this House that they have been given a responsibility on behalf of the millions of Kenyans out there, Honorable Speaker, to come to this House and legislate on their behalf and make decisions on their behalf, Honorable Speaker. It is therefore, Honorable Speaker, a responsibility to make progressive decisions on this floor of the House on behalf of the people of Kenya. And one of those progressive decisions, Honorable Speaker, is to reject this ratification in totality, Honorable Speaker, so that we can be able to embrace and ensure that we have implementation of our own policies and laws, Honorable Speaker, in this country without borrowing others, Honorable Speaker, that we don't even need. So, Honorable Speaker, I oppose the ratification of these particular treaties, Honorable Speaker, in this country. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity to contribute.
Adan Haji Mandera West.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. I also stand to oppose this motion because this is a motion of people who don't want to sire children but want to manage children, of other people. They themselves, they don't want to sire children. They don't want to have children, but they want to manage and control and mismanage children of other people. We have seen whereby children are taken away from their parents. Children is gift from Allah, from God, that we should be very proud of. Parents have a special connection, naturally, a special connection to their children. Such laws, if you read these things in depth, says that your children can be taken away and given to other people or institutions, and therefore be allowed to become what they want to become as their own. But in our African culture, children is God's gift. We are proud of children, and we want to keep our children, maintain them, make them grow so that they can grow looking at our values and our beliefs. Mr. Speaker, sir, supporting children is a mandatory to any parent. Anybody who sires a child is must that he or she should support that child. This issue of saying that children can be supported by other people, not their parents, unfortunately cannot be acceptable. In cases where, by God's grace, parents die and children are left, in the African culture, we have support system. In our today's constitution, we have the children's law, the children's act, which is very explicit and so good. So bringing this foreign ideology of keeping children and sneaking it within our community is to disorient our societies, which I cannot be a party to accepting this or ratifying. We have ratified some of very good laws, conventions. One of them, a very important one, is the Maputo Declaration on Food Security and Nutrition, the Abuja Declaration of Food, on food nutrition, and the Malabo Declaration of giving 10% of our budgets to food production. Let us look at the good conventions that we need to ratify. But when it comes to such, I stand here firmly and oppose. Thank you so much.
Wamchomba. Honorable Wamchomba.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to oppose the ratification of the 3 Hague Conventions relating to matters of children. Mr. Speaker, like one of my colleagues has stated, it it would have been nice if we were given full disclosure of contents therein. Matters children are sensitive to Kenya, Kenya being a country that has its own baseline cultural practices. Children belong to Kenya and belong to communities. We cannot blindly use the floor of this House to ratify conventions that we do not understand the repercussions. Mr. Speaker, this country has been party to many ratifications that have made us look like we are under new colonialism, where we have given other people an opportunity to look like they are controlling us as a country. Kenyan people are sovereign, and sovereignty of Kenyan people cannot be eroded by such ratifications that are not well informed to the members of this House. Honorable Speaker, we have been following wild stories and wild news, and we have realized that some of these ratifications that are pushed to us to be members and parties to are not common to other countries that purport to be ahead of us. And therefore, we find ourselves locking ourselves into cocoons of agreements that we cannot be able to remove ourselves from when things go haywire. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as a mother, as a leader, as an elected woman of this country, whose obligation is to protect the rights and status of children in this country, I strongly oppose the ratification of 3 Hague Conventions relating to matters children. Thank you.
Joseph Oyula. Yes, who is raising the point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I raised under Order 95, Mr. Speaker, that you call the mover to put me to reply.
Thank you. I have already given to Honorable Oyula. Let him make his contribution. Then I'll put the question as to whether the mover should reply. Honorable Oyula, I will not deny you the opportunity I've given you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute to this motion. Mr. Speaker, I rise to strongly oppose ratification of the 3 Hague Conventions relating to matters of children. Mr. Speaker, let us not allow international organizations to give us directions on how to handle the affairs of our children. We are going, if we ratify this, Mr. Speaker, we are going to give foreign courts jurisdiction over the children of Kenya, which is not right. The children of Kenya are guarded by enough laws that were passed by this parliament. So we should not, Mr. Speaker, accept any laws from outside to subject our children into activities that are not normal to the African culture. Mr. Speaker, we shall be subordinating our Constitution, the Children's Act, and other laws we have passed related to children by accepting these laws, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I strongly oppose the ratification of these laws. Thank you.
The member for Sirisia has called on the chair to move the House as to whether you agree to the mover to reply. I'll put the question that the mover now be called upon to reply. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? The mover, the ayes have it, the mover shall be called upon to reply. Yes. 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 Yes, Order Alice, Honorable Alice Nganga. Yes, Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I'm sorry to interrupt the mover before she replies. But you know, Honorable Speaker, I was listening into part of the men's conference discussions, and gentlemen in that conference were asking, as the mover replies, and I mean the men's conference within the National Assembly, as the mover replies to confirm to the men's conference whether if we allow this convention to go as it is, if the Honorable Kaluma, for instance, just for example, to avoid using myself as an example, is accused at some point of siring a child in one of his many trips to the US, whether people will now follow him and occasion the Speaker, as the chair of the Parliamentary Service Commission, to take away the whole of Kaluma's salary and ship it off to the US, or that of myself or any other of the members of the men's conference will be taken. Just the chair to clarify, just to make sure that the men's conference within the National Assembly are comfortable as to the import. And I'm saying this so that the chair addresses herself to some of the concerns that have been raised as to the import of this motion and its impact to us, because you know our norms, our cultures, our laws are not equal to those of the US and other Western nations. And you know, Honorable Speaker, in the US, people enjoy, especially children and mothers enjoy far much more rights than they enjoy here. And therefore, we must be balanced and careful that we are not also imposing other cultures and legislations that are in other jurisdictions that do not exist here. So it would only be fair that the chair clarifies as she responds.
Honorable Alice Nganga, you are called upon to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I rise to thank all members who rose yesterday and today to contribute to this debate on adoption of the report of the Committee on Social Protection on the ratification of the Hague Convention on Civil Aspect of International Child Abduction, B, the Hague Convention on Jurisdiction, Applicable Law, Recognition, Enforcement, Cooperation in respect of parental responsibilities and measures for the protection of children, and C, the Hague Convention on International Recovery of Children's Support and other forms of family maintenance. Honorable Speaker, I noted that several members did support and others opposed the ratification of the convention, noting their significance in protecting the children of this country as provided for in Article 53 of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, I noted yesterday Honorable UDA and Honorable Karuma did raise several issues, including the question of why, as a country, we need to ratify the convention in light of Article 53 of the Constitution, which already provides for the rights of the children and recently enacted the Robust Children Act of 2022. Honorable Speaker, allow me to inform the members that in preparing the report, we were not only guided by the treaty making and ratification of Act 2022, but we also combed through the entire Constitution and the Children Act of 2022, and all that the Hague Convention is doing is to assist our women, children, and men who may have orders issued by Kenyan court relating to custody, access, parental responsibility, and maintenance to those whose order recognized in other countries, to the Office of the Attorney General, the Ministry of Labor and Social Protection, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and our foreign mission to facilitate the execution of the court orders. The conventions are therefore in compliance with the Constitution and the United Nations Convention on Children's Rights, which as a country we are member. It is also notable that the committee was also guided by the advice of the Office of the AG in making its report, in particular in relation to the Constitution and legislation implication of the
Have you lost your microphone? Can you give a microphone to the Honorable Alice?
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, finally, our decision to recommend the ratification of the 3 conventions was not just guided by the mere fact that the other countries have ratified. We examined the convention versus the requirement of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012. The Act has 16 listed requirements which guided the ratification process, including the views of the public, national interest, constitution implication, and obligation imposed on the Kenyan by the treaty. This must be adhered to before a convention finds its way here and is ratified. Consequently, whereas many countries in the world have ratified this convention, I stand here to say, as the committee, we recommended ratification of the convention, cognizant that the convention shall promote the children's right under Article 53 of our Constitution. I also observed that there are several issues that members noted that may not have been included in the Hague Convention, and more so the issue that the committee should have considered on the 3 conventions separately, despite the fact that they are closely related. Honorable Speaker, you know, when the Chinese came here to Kenya and were constructing superhighway, we were left with so many Chinese children. And they went back to their country. And right now they are Kenyan citizens. As well as when you go to Narumoro, there are so many children from Britain. And the soldiers went back to their countries, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, recently I visited Canada and I met a Kenyan lady there who they moved or relocated to Canada as a family. And Honorable Speaker, as they went there as a family, the man decided to come back to the country of origin, which is Kenya, and left the wife and the children back in Canada, and the wife was not working. All what these treaties are saying, Honorable Speakers, is we take good care of our children. And I'm telling men in this house, don't be afraid. Maybe you went there, Honorable Karuma, and you left some people in Britain or in America, in a right note, Honorable Speaker, and you are worried what Wazungus will do to you once these treaties and conventions are passed here at the floor of the House. And I want to say, Honorable Speaker, it is all about protecting our children. If you are not guilty, I don't see why you are afraid for this treaty to pass. If you know you are very honest and a good man, let us pass this treaty to protect our children. Furthermore, these children are your blood. Whether you are told to take responsibility of them, there is nothing wrong with that. They are just telling you, give them maintenance, make sure that the way you treat your child in the house is the same way your child somewhere is being treated. Don't leave these children with nobody to take good care of them. So you are afraid that if this one goes to the Hague, you will be forced, you will be compelled. You will be compelled to take care of your children. That's what this treaty is all about, Honorable Speaker. Yes, and I'm asking this House, Honorable Speaker, thank you very much. We take this advice, and in the future we will endeavor to table separate report for each of the convention and to ease reference by Honorable Member, and further, in order to enrich debate of this House. Honorable Speaker, with these few remarks, I beg to reply.
Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that this House adopts the report. Order. Take your seat to Sirma. Take your seat. Honorable members, I'll now put the question, which is that this House adopts the report of the Departmental Committee on Social Protection on its consideration of the ratification of the Hague Convention on Civil Aspects of International Child Abduction the Hague Convention on Jurisdiction, applicable law, recognition, enforcement, and cooperation in respect of parental responsibility and measures for the protection of children, and the Hague Convention on International Recovery of Child Support and other forms of family maintenance, laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 25th April 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Section 8(4) of the Treaty Making and Ratification Act 2012, approves the ratification of the following Hague Conventions. 1. Civil aspects of international child abduction. 2. Jurisdiction, applicable law, recognition, enforcement, and cooperation in respect of parental responsibility and measures for the protection of children. And 3. International recovery of child support and other forms of family maintenance. Will as members of that opinion say aye? Will those of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The nays have it. Honorable members, honorable majority leader, if you listen to the contributions, I looked at the Hansard last night of Honorable Kaluma, this afternoon of Honorable Bukose and Farah, you may very well have to look at the Ratification of Treaties Act and the standing orders and see whether in ratification of treaties you conform to lawmaking through public participation or not. I think that will be very important for you to ensure that you carry the public in creating law that has not been legislated by this House. Next order.
Order number 9, special motion, consideration of nominee for appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission.
Honorable Didaraso, on behalf of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank members for rejecting that the convention that we find is contrary to our customs, laws, ethos, and everything that is an African. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Consideration of nominee for appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission. I beg to move that, taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 26 April 2023, and pursuant to the provision of Article 252, Sub-Article B of the Constitution, Section 6(6) of the National Police Service Commission Act 2011 and Section 81 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget as a member of the National Police Service Commission. Honorable Speaker, in our approval hearing, it was grounded in law, Article 252 of the Constitution, Article 6(5) of the National Police Service Commission Act, also Article 118 of the Constitution, and Section 6(4) of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act 2011, and Standing Order 45(3). Honorable Speaker, the committee also considered Article 246 of our Constitution that establishes the National Police Service Commission, that should consist of a person who is qualified to be appointed as a High Court judge, 2 retired senior police officers, 3 persons of integrity who have served the public with distinction, the Inspector General of the National Police Service, and both Deputy Inspector Generals of the National Police Service. Also, the committee considered what is fundamental and a basic requirement that a nominee must be cleared: ethics and integrity, tax compliance, criminal records, higher education loans repayment, and if an individual has political party affiliation. Going on this, Honorable Speaker, what is a requirement, particularly in terms of an individual who will be appointed to such a constitutional office? We must consider suitability. The suitability of the nominee is what, in principle, the committee assessed in terms of his professional training, experience, personal integrity, background and qualities, as well as his performance during the approval hearing. Honorable Speaker, the committee is Honorable Speaker, the committee came out clearly on this, that this particular nominee is qualified, is suitable, based on the foregoing. First of all, the committee, I mean the nominee for the commission is a Kenyan who was born in Nandi County. Also, he attended Kabimet Primary School in Nandi, and also Kapsabet High School. He is also a law degree holder from Moi University, and also he holds a diploma in law from Kenya School of Law. His employment record, Honorable Speaker, the nominee brings about a long legal experience, over 18 years, where he has worked in several law firms, including, but not limited to, Chelugate and Company Advocate. He is currently a member of the Tax Appeal Tribunal since 2022, to which he has also served as a board member of National Irrigation Board since 2019. He was also the inaugural Speaker of the County Assembly of Nandi from 2013 to 2017. Honorable Speaker, the nominee is also a member of Law Society of Kenya and also a life member of the Red Cross Society of Kenya. He confirms that his net worth is 55.5 million, comprising of residential homes, farms, farm machinery, vehicles, and livestock. He is not a member of any political party, and he confirms that if this House approves his nomination, he is not likely to have any conflict of interest. Also, on integrity, the nominee has not been charged in any court of law, and for that reason, I think on that he is given a clean bill of health. Honorable Speaker, during the approval vetting, the nominee was asked by the committee members a raft of questions that ranges from education of police officers, the appointment of the IG to be a member of the National Police Service Commission, police officers' welfare, including injuries while they are on duty, stagnation of police officers in one rank, the challenges the police officers who are graduates are facing, and also on emerging issues such as new religious crimes of radicalization, and on the mental health of police officers and transfers. Honorable Speaker, the candidate was able to fully respond to the questions that were raised, and I wish to say as follows. In accordance with Article 78(1) of the Constitution, the nominee is eligible for appointment as a state officer. And in terms of both education experience and also working in government, this particular nominee fulfills most of the important requirements that are laid down statutorily by the Constitution. That also the nominee meets the requirement of Chapter 6 of the Constitution on leadership and integrity. The nominee has also not been dismissed from office under Article 75 of the Constitution for contravention of Article 71, Article 76, and Article 77. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, with those, the committee is of the opinion that this particular nominee fits the requirement for the office for which he has been nominated, and recommend that the House approves this nomination. I wish at this point, Honorable Speaker, to ask Honorable George Kaluma to second.
Proceed, Honorable George Kaluma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I sit in the Committee on Administration and Internal Affairs, which vetted the nominee, and I did make it clear that I was not just impressed by his knowledge of the matters falling under the charge of the National Police Service Commission, but also as the passion to serve the country in the capacity of nomination, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I happen to have known the nominee from the time I was leaving the university. The nominee just joined university when I was leaving the university. And even at that very point where we were struggling to know freshers, he struck me out as a person who can be not only capable but also can lead. So that in terms of the requirement of the law, Honorable Speaker, the nominee is overqualified. We are required to confirm whether the nominee has attained the number of years in legal practice that would enable him to be a judge of the High Court. And what is required by the Constitution, Honorable Speaker, is 10 years. The nominee is in his 18th, going to the 19th year of practice. And most interesting, Honorable Speaker, it has been indicated in the observations, the various law firms in which he has served. farms which are not the so-called river road farms or ambulance chasing farms, but farms which have been engaging very meaningfully in, servicing Kenyans through the legal sector. The nominee has been a member of the Tax Appeals Tribunal. Tribunals under the Constitution and the law, Honorable Speaker, are now part of the judiciary. So this is a person who has also served in judicial capacity. The nominee is the first, for those members who never listened to the mover, this nominee is the first Speaker of Nandi County. And I had occasion to, and so he had the knowledge of even the legislative processes to help the county assembly, work through its inception. Honorable Speaker, I met this nominee in a media debate one time. And those who have met him, though it's very rare in media, will confirm to you, this is not only a person who is deeply knowledgeable, but he's also very passionate and patriotic about the country. The most interesting thing, Honorable Speaker, is that we are dealing with a fight against corruption. And let me commend the nominating authority for the first time on this. We've had questions about people who have been nominated and people who are serving in public offices, people who lack integrity, people who are faced with corruption. How beautiful, therefore, can it be, honorable colleagues and honorable members, that it is being confirmed to us that this is a person who, despite having served as an advocate for 18 years, has not just been convicted, but has never been charged before any court of law. The stamp of authority is being given to his integrity by EACC, which confirms no issue. Higher Education Loans Board has confirmed, and everybody else has confirmed. I wanted to, not to take much time, Honorable Speaker, to emphasize the fact that while approving this nominee, we remember as the House the critical functions served by the National Police Service Commission. Honorable members may not know, but the police service does not recruit police officers. It is the National Police Service Commission that recruits. The National Police Service Commission is the one that promotes. The National Police Service Commission is the one that deals with issues of transfer of officers as ultimate mandate. The National Police Service Commission, honorable members, deals with disciplinary control. Where you have an officer from your constituency who is being removed unfairly, it is this commission you go to. And therefore, I stand in support to say that having a person who has sat in judicial authority in the tax tribunal, and you know the work of that tribunal, having a lawyer of 18 years practice, mainly on matters of human rights and labor and employment issues, you have the right candidate to join other Kenyans in serving that commission, more so when we are dealing with these challenges, Honorable Speaker, which make us question whether we should be recruiting new officers like the Shakahola things. I therefore rise in full support, and I urge the honorable members to give their stamp of approval or approve this nominee for the appointing authority to proceed as by law required. I therefore second, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, order. Order. Honorable members, I now propose the question that taken into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 26th April 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Sub-Article 2B of the Constitution, Section 6, Subsection 6 of the National Police Commission Act 2011 and Section 8, Subsection 1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget as a member of the National Police Commission. Yes. Kamket, MP for Tiati.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion. Mr. Speaker, Edwin Kiprono Cheluget is a pioneer speaker for Nandi County Assembly, just like I was the pioneer speaker
for Baringo County Assembly. I had occasion, Mr. Speaker, to interact with the nominee for a period of 5 years. And in that period, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Cheluget came across as indeed a man of integrity. And Mr. Speaker, if the quality of the former speakers of county assembly, if the quality I have seen of former members of speakers of county assembly who are serving as members of this National Assembly now is anything to go by, and we have many of them, Mr. Speaker, then there is no doubt, Mr. Speaker, as to the ability of Mr. Cheluget to serve in this commission. And I want to commend His Excellency, the President, for appointing this gentleman, also nominating him. Mr. Speaker, as he joins, and I believe this House, I'm not taking for granted, as he joins the National Police Service Commission, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say one or two things about the functions of the National Police Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, I would like my friend, as he joins, to go and be part of the reform process and help to remove the bad name that has been associated with our police officers. Remove, Mr. Speaker, along with the other commissioners, and try to clean the image, that soiled image of police officers, the image of corruption, the image of all the superlatives that have been associated, negative superlatives associated with the police service. And Mr. Speaker, I believe that with the approval of this House, Mr. Cheluget, therefore, will given the experience he has in the legal profession, the experience he has had even in being a Speaker of the Assembly, he will be able to do a good job. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, without spending too much time, I totally support and approve this gentleman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I also rise to support this report by the Committee on Administration, National Administration and Internal Security on the approval of Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget. And as members will see from the report, Mr. Edwin Kiprono is a gentleman who, from his qualifications and even from what transpired in the committee during his vetting, seems like a person who has the capacity and ability to serve as a commissioner in this commission. Honorable Speaker, this is a very important commission, especially to our servicemen, our uniformed officers serving in our national police service. And many a times, Honorable Speaker, our officers are vilified, and nobody remembers to acknowledge the difficult terrain they work under when they are fighting bandits in the North Rift and other areas, the difficult circumstances they have to work under when they have to dig up graves of people who died months ago in Shakahola and other areas, when they have to retrieve bodies of accident victims, at times, many a times, even without the requisite protective gear. And this commission, Honorable Speaker, has a duty and a responsibility to these officers to ensure that these officers serve under humane conditions. They are well housed in housing that is humane and habitable for human beings. And also they are well remunerated, Honorable Speaker, and I must appreciate that, in fact, as we did promise under the Kenya Kwanza regime, when we were campaigning and we were speaking to our armed officers, our uniformed officers, Honorable Speaker, we were promising them that the government would work to review their terms of service, and I must appreciate
that under the chairmanship of Justice Maraga, this is a work in progress. And I do hope they will be able to conclude this process, and our officers will be well served as they serve us, well served by the people of Kenya and taxpayers that they work hard to serve. Honorable Speaker, even us here as members of Parliament, all of us are under the protective arm of our officers, and we have a duty also to respect them and honor them for the services that they give to us and to the people of Kenya. And that, Honorable Speaker, goes for everybody, members of the public, us as leaders. We must all honor and respect our officers even as they carry out their mandate. Whether the officer is guarding that bank that is holding your millions and a lot of your valuables, whether it is an officer guarding your home, Honorable Speaker. And that's why, Honorable Speaker, yesterday I was really perturbed. And I have to apologize on behalf of the people of Kiambu, because we sired one of our sons who was fortunate and privileged to serve this country as a president for 10 good years, and also served as a commander-in-chief of all the armed forces, including our policemen. Therefore, I was really perturbed yesterday, Honorable Speaker, when I saw the former president reduce himself to the point of commandeering goons to chase away policemen who are carrying out their mandate as uniformed officers. And I would really, even as I apologize on behalf of the people of Kiambu and many other leaders.
Honorable Kajwang, what's your point of order?
Mr. Speaker, you know, the member from Kikuyu is a veteran member here. He knows that when he brings individuals in disrepute, he must have a substantive motion. And I've heard him over and over, every time, berating this individual in this country. There is only one person we know within the description that honorable member from Kikuyu is alluding to. So it cannot be that just because he has not mentioned a name, he has given us sufficient facts to know the person he's referring to. We know that he knows very well. Is it in order that the member from Kikuyu
order, Honorable Kajwang,
without bringing a substantive motion to discuss?
Order. Can you wait for communication from the chair? Under what standing order would you say he made a mistake? Because the substantive motion is if the member is a member of the Parliament, of the House.
No. Mr. Speaker.
Under what standing order? Under what standing order?
I may not give you, because I don't have the standing orders in my hands, but I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot discuss even someone who is not a member of this House, who does not have a right to respond adversely without proper
Honorable Otieno, Honorable.
No, not Otieno Kajwang. This is TJ Kajwang from Ruaraka. I know that you served with Otieno Kajwang.
That was my brother, and we served together in Parliament.
Your age mate,
and my age mate, yes.
But yeah, so the clerk at table is helping you with that standing order, but
no, it's not helping you, it's helping you. Well, not helping me, it's helping you.
Well, he's raising it, and I know that you cannot discuss a person who does not have a right to respond in this House in an adverse manner without giving a proper
order. The people, honorable members, the personalities or the offices that you cannot discuss without a substantive motion here are clearly spelled out in the standing orders. And unless those provisions have changed for the period I was out of this House, I don't think what you're saying is correct. But in the meantime, while the clerk is assisting you, or if I'm wrong, me, then let him continue with his contribution. Proceed, Ichungwa. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for protecting me from the Honorable TJ. And I see he's very unsettled. I don't know why he gets very unsettled when we discuss.
Proceed.
Honorable Speaker, I said it is my person who was perturbed, and I'm certain very many other Kenyans who honor and who respect our police officers. And it doesn't matter, Honorable Speaker, that's what I was saying. Whether I am a member of parliament, whether you are a president, whether you are a governor, those officers also serve you. And therefore, it behoves on all of us as leaders to set an example to the people
The Honorable Majority Leader, I have put that to rest, and I've said, I have said, your private matter is what cannot be discussed. Your public conduct can be discussed by this House unless you are a member of the House or other officers, a head of state from another country, and all of them are there in standing orders. So you go through the standing orders and get ourselves acquainted. So you have no problem in discussing the public conduct of anybody who is not a member of this House and who does not fit any of the provisions in the standing order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for that guidance, and it is indeed true. That's why I was wondering why my brother was getting very jittery, because these are things that are in the public domain, Honorable Speaker. And it is true, I saw the former president act in a manner I have never seen any other former head of state and former commander-in-chief of the armed forces and our disciplined forces, including the police, conduct himself in such a manner, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, that's what I was saying. We must, as leaders, because tomorrow the Honorable TJ Kajwang could be our next president, who knows, in 2032. And we will expect that when he also retires from office, he will act with the dignity that he carried when he was in office. He will respect the officers who are under his command, whether he's in office or out of office. And that's what I was saying, even ourselves as members of parliament, the fact that we are now here approving the appointment of a commissioner to the National Police Service Commission, we must lead from the forefront, Honorable Speaker, in honoring the officers who will be served by this commission. So that, Honorable Speaker, we are certain that this commission also serves.
What's your point of order, Honorable Kajwang?
You know, I know, even without reading in the back of my hands, that this house is a house built on the rule of law.
Yes.
But forget about the other order, 97, 87 that we were discussing. You know, we members, and the speaker who has just sat, is not just a normal member of this house, he's the leader of minority. So he needs to present himself with a lot of decorum and with a lot of circumspection when he goes about things.
What is out of order, Honorable Kajwang?
Is it in order, and I rise under Standing Order 91, a member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate any such facts instantly. He says that the former president led a group of goons. Can this member substantiate the truth and the accuracy of the fact that he is alleging of such a distinguished person that has served this country, that he led a group of goons somewhere to do certain things that he finds deplorable? Is it in order? I want to hold this member very, very responsible to his facts and statements. This is not a laughing matter. He's talking to a person who has served us for 10 years.
You've made your point.
He has served us for 10 years. So there are a lot of people out there who revere this person and who knows that this person is one of the people who has given us these freedoms that he's talking about.
Order. Honorable Rosabu, you will have a moment to contribute. Can you hold your horse until you have... Order, honorable members. Honorable members, order. When you say that the accuracy of that, you have to be able to substantiate the inaccuracy of it. And in this case, Because I'm talking from experience, and I'm talking from respecting and upholding the dignity of this House and the rules. The rules are very clear. Standing Order number 87, 1 says, neither the personal conduct of the President, personal conduct of the President, nor the conduct of the Speaker or any judge, nor the judicial conduct of any other person performing judicial functions, nor any conduct of the head of state or government or representative in Kenya of any friendly country, friendly, it's qualified, friendly country, or the conduct of the holder of an office whose removal from such office is dependent upon a decision of the House shall be referred to adversely except upon a specific substantive motion of which at least 3 days notice has been given. 2, it shall be out of order to introduce an argument on any specific question upon which the House has taken a decision during the same session, except upon a motion to receive. This is another one. It also says, it shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language, whether in respect of the members of the House or any other person. Offensive or insulting. It is not the description of a behavior. It's not discussing a conduct. Offensive, like calling somebody a fool or a stupid or whatever it is. So this is the House of Rules, and I agree with you. Order. The political persuasions and the political preferences will be kept out of the House when we are observing the rules of the House. And the chair is a very impartial arbiter in this. Conclude your contribution. Order. Order.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. You have, I will not say you have come of age, you have always been of age, Honorable Speaker, and thank you for protecting me from the Honorable TJ Kajwang. And I must appreciate the incessant interjections by the Honorable Kajwang was to derail us from pointing out to the people of Kenya that there are indeed things that are being done by people who should not be doing those kind of things. And therefore, thank you, Honorable Speaker, because the office of a former president, and maybe the Honorable TJ Kajwang could be in the same shoes with the holder of that office, or former, that he is here to appreciate that he is now a former president. There is now a sitting president. And therefore, the sitting president is now the commander-in-chief. And therefore, it is only the commander-in-chief who can command forces, including those of our police service.
What is the relevance of that information you are giving right now on the motion before the House?
Commander-in-chief. And therefore, this commission, Honorable Speaker, serves to oversight the work of those forces and servicemen, Honorable Speaker. And that is why it is important as a House, as we discuss and as we seek the approval of the Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget, to ensure that this is a man, as he was able to demonstrate, who can protect our police officers. Because as I said from the beginning, Honorable Speaker, our police officers are often more vilified than appreciated. That even in conducts like those that we saw yesterday, it is about vilifying that officer who is only but carrying out his work in line with his constitutional mandate and what he has been charged to do, to enforce court orders and do what he is supposed to do. Honorable Speaker, because I know we are coming from a past where court orders were meaningless, where it was the rule of men rather than the rule of law, we must ensure that even this commission, not just Mr. Kiprono Cheluget, but the commission itself, ensures that all our policemen are well empowered to ensure that the enforcement of the rule of law, whether in Ruaraka constituency or in Kikuyu or in protecting the people of Kileleshwa to live peaceably within their neighborhoods, Honorable Speaker, the police must be there. And we cannot be a nation where we only vilify our officers and not pat their backs when they do well, Honorable Speaker. Yet, when we have problems, we run to those policemen. Let us also learn to appreciate them. Let us encourage these commissioners in the National Police Service Commission to ensure that they work to improve the terms of service of our policemen and women, and also ensure that
those of us who are being served by these officers appreciate them and value and honor them, and not treat them like they are second-class or third-class citizens, because they are our sons and daughters. In fact, in the more developed countries, Honorable Speaker, you will appreciate that we have seen in countries like in the US, the UK, where policemen are among the best remunerated public servants. And they are well respected even in the neighborhoods where they live in. Unlike in Kenya, where we want to vilify them, we want to tell them as we gesture them, tokedi hapa, kwendeni. I mean, it's only, Honorable Speaker, is either you are sheep in a farm that you commandeer with your hands and chase the way we saw yesterday, or your dogs, but not uniformed officers, Honorable Speaker. And I must again take this opportunity to condemn the actions of the our former president, and encourage him to conduct himself with the honor and dignity that all other former heads of state and presidents, not just in this country, but even in banana republics in Africa and other areas, have conducted themselves in a better way post their time in office. With that, Honorable Speaker, I beg to support the appointment of Mr. Edwin Kiprono and urge him to utilize his time in this commission to work towards improving the services of our servicemen and women in the police force. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Rosa Buyu, followed by the Honorable Cynthia Muge. Can you give the microphone to the Honorable Rosa Buyu? You don't have a card? Okay, give her the mic.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for indulging me. Mr. Speaker, first of all, before I wish to say that I'm a member of the SAID committee whose report is being discussed this afternoon. And first of all, I'd just like to thank the former president for leaving this country intact, and for leaving intact the commissions as spelled out in the Constitution that has now given us the opportunity to actually interview the nominee and pass the report that is indeed qualified to fill in the position as a commissioner in the National Service Commission. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I said this is currently the Constitution is at a big risk. Mr. Speaker, when I put the question to the nominee, I was impressed by his answer. When I asked the nominee that currently in the face of demonstrations and picketing, we've seen what the police is doing, breaking the picketing and demonstrations, using violent means against the demonstrators. What, therefore, would he do to ensure that the Constitution is upheld and picketing that is articulated in Article 37 is actually effected? The nominee was honest and open, and the nominee said that given an opportunity to serve in the Police Service Commission, he would ensure that it stick to the letter of the Constitution, and he would ensure that peaceful demonstrators or people who are picketing peacefully would not be violently attacked by anybody, and by least of all the police. Mr. Speaker, for that reason, I gave him my vote, and again this afternoon, I'd like to say that I'm happy that I did give him my vote. I support the report once again. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Muge, Cynthia, followed by Jessica Mbalu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contribution to the report that has been brought by the Committee on Administration and Internal Security regarding the nominee for NPSC, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I know the nominee, Edwin Cheluget, at a personal level, Honorable Speaker, having been a member of the County Assembly of Nandi, where he served as the first Speaker, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I would want to say that I can attest to his success and his ability to be able to deal with administrative issues in any institution, Honorable Speaker. Having been the pioneer Speaker of the County Assembly of Nandi, he was able to put in place so many structures, Honorable Speaker, that ensure that there was a smooth operation of the County Assembly. Honorable Speaker, if you are able, if you get an opportunity to speak to the members of the County Assembly, the first County Assembly of Nandi, they speak highly about the Honorable Speaker Edwin Cheluget, who is a nominee of the Commission. Honorable Speaker, he was able to look at the welfare of those members. He was able to guide the House and steer the House to making the very first rules and regulations, Honorable Speaker, and legislations that governed the County of Nandi. Honorable Speaker, on that note, Honorable Speaker, can be able to say that I'm confident in his ability to be able to steer the same institution that he has been nominated as commissioner in the different ways and in the responsibilities that are vested upon him as a commissioner. Honorable Speaker, the said person is a knowledgeable person. He is not involved in any corruption, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is one gentleman that can easily be present and you do not notice that he's present, Honorable Speaker. I come from the same constituency as him. He comes from Kumusop constituency, of course within Nandi County, which I am his woman representative, Honorable Speaker. He is one person that is really approachable. He's one person that listens, and he's one person that his words are fewer, Honorable Speaker. And in this particular capacity, Honorable Speaker, I think someone who has fewer words and when they say them, they mean them, Honorable Speaker, is really suitable for this particular position. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that the member, Honorable Speaker, Cheluget, having gone to Kapsabet Boys, you know what it means, Honorable Speaker, in Nandi County to go to Kapsabet Boys. Anyone and most, if not all of them, Honorable Speaker, who went through Kapsabet Boys are people of substance, Honorable Speaker. You are aware that the Kapsabet Boys produced the second president of the Republic of Kenya. It has again, Honorable Speaker, produced another president. Honorable Speaker, this is substance, Honorable Speaker. This is a great man and a person whom, when given a responsibility, he actually delivers, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that I am sure he will be able to ensure that there is efficient, there is effective and professional kind of manner in the service, Honorable Speaker, while they offer their services to the people of Kenya. So, Honorable Speaker, coming from his place and knowing him, I want to assure the honorable members that this is one of the most correct choices and appointments that the appointing authority has made, Honorable Speaker, and he's suitable for this job, just like the committee has spoken, Honorable Speaker, conclusively that he is able to do this job and that he is equal to the task. I support this particular report in its entirety, Honorable Speaker, and I urge all the honorable members to be able to support it, Honorable Speaker, so that we have the police service up and running, because we have many issues to sort out as a country. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Mbalu Jessica, followed by the MP for Mosop, Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support the report by the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security with the appointment of Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget as a member of the National Police Service Commission. So, Speaker, I may not want to say, like my honorable member, I do not know him as a person. And I must congratulate her that our nominee comes from county. Mr. Speaker, having listened to the mover of the report and also the seconder, especially Mr. Kaluma, Mr. Speaker, I am convinced. Again, I've gone through the report of the committee, the findings of the committee, and I'm convinced that this nominee is suitable for the position. So, Speaker, he has a diploma in law, and for a service commission, police service commission person, a nominee, this is very important. Having served as a speaker of the 90 county, he understands the constitution very well, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, you know, being a speaker and where you are sat, how informed you are supposed to be, and you are. I've sat in that seat, sometimes very hot, where you are, Mr. Speaker, for 10 years, and I know how much research you should do. And so, I'm so convinced that our nominee will do a very good job, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, he has a lot of experience in the legal sector for over 18 years. Of experience. I think that is good enough and is going to do good service to this country. Through the report again, Mr. Speaker, he has gone through chapter 6. He passed chapter 6, that is on leadership and integrity. Mr. Speaker, and so Without much ado, I want to join my colleagues in supporting the appointment of Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheluget. I thank you.
Honorable Abraham Kirwa, followed by the Honorable Wanjiku.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity that you've given me to support this motion on the consideration of the nominee, and that is Edwin Kiprono Cheluget by the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Mr. Speaker, I know the nominee personally. He comes from my constituency, and we also come from the same ward. I've known Edwin Kiprono for quite some time, and I can confirm to this House that he's a man of integrity, a man with impeccable record, a man who has served the community for a long time, a father, an elder, and somebody who can be trusted. Has an experience of 18 years in law practice. And as mentioned, he also served as the first Speaker of Nandi County. So this is a man that I know for sure is going to bring a lot of experience and a lot of integrity to the Police Commission. So, Mr. Speaker, I do support the committee for nominating, and also the process that you went through, and everybody was able to identify his experience and also to know that this is somebody who is going to be a blessing to this country. I want to thank the President for his nomination and for choosing this particular individual, because I know there were many, many other people who wanted to be in this position, but they chose this particular person. But as the MP of Mosop, and also coming from the same constituency with this particular nominee, I can confirm and I support the report of the committee that Edwin Kiprono Cheluget to be approved and nominated to be in the commission. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sorry, I think you are going to have another shot another time, but for now it is the Honorable Woman Rep for Elgeyo Marakwet. Caroline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. First of all, I am a member of the committee, the Administration and Internal Security Committee, and I can attest before this House that Kiprono Cheluget indeed deserves the job. In the past, Madam Speaker, we've had the police complaining so much about the National Police Commission, and I think this particular gentleman, having interacted with him, is a very disciplined guy, and is somebody who is capable, and as you heard some other members saying, his integrity and character is unquestionable. Mr. Speaker, going forward in Kenya, we need such people in this republic, whereby people are not pushed by money, but people who are pushed by the urge to serve the people of the Republic of Kenya. This is someone whom I believe is the right person to reclaim the dignity and the respect the service deserves. There has been so many complaints in the police service that at times people don't get promotions that they are supposed to be, or some transfers are done maliciously, but you find that such a person who's been tested before and has unquestionable integrity with zero corruption can bring the sanity the police service deserves. I hereby, Mr. Speaker, want to support the committee. Thank you.
Is the Honorable Onyango Oyo, MP for Mohoroni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for catching my eye. Mr. Speaker, I also want to add my voice to this proposal, given that the said lawyer, Honorable
It's the member who catches the Speaker's eye. It's not the other way around.
Yes,
the Speaker does not catch your eye.
For you to take notice.
Okay, proceed.
Thank you. The lawyer comes from my neighborhood, and a few cases we had joint deliberations, things to do with the sugarcane plantation, and I noticed him as a very mature person. I want to say that as he walks into this office, I want to urge him to be very careful, because the police have a lot of demands. They still, today they are living in very horrible state. The graduates are down, they have not been graded properly. The police housing has never always been said, they've never been implemented. The salaries are not very commendable. And then the police as a force is also an eyesore, because every visitor who comes to Kenya finds fault with the two people, with the immigration officer and the police officer. So how I wish that the said lawyer comes in with some magic that will help us tame the so-called corruption in the police force, such that the part of the subjects that can be taught in Kiganjo should include on police resisting attempts to be bribed, bribery, which is, otherwise, I want to suggest, I think that he's a very good man. Was, from the hindsight, I thought that there was something called regional balancing. And given that the CEO of the said police, National Police Service, who was named the other day, also almost come from there, and this one. But given his record, I will forget about that and support that he should be given the job. Thank you.
The MP for Mbere North, Geoffrey Ruku, followed by the woman rep for Busia, Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the special motion on consideration of the nominee for appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission, Mr. Edwin Kiprono Cheruget. Mr. Speaker, the work which is done by the police in this country is a lot of work, and in most of time, the members of public don't appreciate the kind of job which the police service do to protect the property and the right of the people. Mr. Speaker, we have seen the kind of job they have done, the police has done, as far as taking care of maandamano, which has been perpetuated by the members of AZIMIO, and they have continued to ensure the property of the people of Kenya is well protected. This appointment, or this consideration of Mr. Edwin will go a long way, Mr. Speaker, in ensuring that the police service is well managed, so that we can take care of properties of the Kenyans, and probably also take care of demonstration which may be coming, as we are told by our colleagues from the other side. So it is extremely, what the report is saying. The gentleman is very much qualified for this position, with very many years of experience in legal service, and not only legal, but also in legislative matters in Nadi County. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, as the House, it is high time we ensure all what the police service needs is well taken care of in our budgeting processes. I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Yes, the woman rep for Busia, Omanyo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support as well because of the testimony that I've heard from a neighbor of the nominee, that he's a man of high integrity. And I believe that he understands that his role has a large inventory of duties. So I also hope that he understands the roles of every docket, including even politics. I just hope that it is not a time for nominees to come in place to frustrate or intimidate any part of the divide, whether minority or majority side. Because we've witnessed before some imbecilic postures of some policemen who take their opportunity to now showcase during maandamano how they can actually put down or destroy or even almost kill. I say kill because we have witnessed that and nothing has happened. So a man of such integrity should put the police department in a place of admiration. If you look at the list of most corrupt, this docket is up there. I think it is number 1. So we need to see a lot of changes and not biased kind of leadership in him. And we need also to see that he is going to prevent corruption by all means. And also like transparency and accountability in that docket that he's getting in. So my prayer is that position is not politicized, but he brings the police that is bedridden right now from there to a place where we can now trust our police, men and women, and actually go to be helped, knowing that we will not be judged even before we go to those places. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Turkana East, Nicholas Ngilong, followed by the majority whip.
Thank you, Speaker, for this time. Mr. Speaker, after listening all the testimonies which have been given to Mr. Edwin and also to the report of the committee on this nominee, Mr. Speaker, I have been convinced that this is the right man to be in that commission at this time when our police, they are not in good blood with most of the citizens of this country because of what they are doing and the way they live. And having such a kind of person in such a commission, Mr. Speaker, we believe that he's going to do a good job. And
what's your point of order, the Honorable Wenji Kumuya? Can you give the mic?
Honorable Speaker, the member have just said that this is the right person when the police are not in good blood with many civilian. Can he substantiate? What does he really mean?
What it means when the relationship between the civilians and the police is not good, that good. Bad blood, basically. Not good blood means bad blood.
But how is it bad?
Order. When you has a right to express his opinion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting me from because what I have said, at this time, Mr. Speaker, if you bring a police officer to a team of 10 people, I believe out of those 10, maybe if it is not 9, all the 10 they will not support that officer because of the work they do. I come from a place whereby the officers, they are no longer go to do their job. That is in Turkana East constituency. The officers at the moment, they don't go out to do their roles, not because they are not being supported. They have become, they have changed. They are not the officers we used to know, whereby they can even work at night and go and do their job. Nowadays, they give a lot of excuse to the public that they don't have vehicles, they don't have fuel, and it is from this house that we pass a law of hiring even vehicles for the officers, which at any time they have good tires, they have fuel every month, they are given fuel, but you can't see them doing this a lot of job as they used to do even those days when they did not have those vehicles. That's why I said this is the right time for us to have such a kind of people in such a commission so that they can bring change to their officers so that they can do the right job to the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, because of the good testimonies that have been given about the person, the nominee for this position or this commission, I support and I pray my colleagues will support the nominee to get this job so that he can change the characters of the officers we have in this country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Majority Whip. Silvanus Osoro.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the police service has come of age. And we all live in this country. We know that we used to have the police force, as it was called then before the inauguration of the new constitution in 2010. Then it turned to be now the National Police Service. That ideally meant that the police are service providers, and they would use, all ways possible and formulas possible to offer service other than use force, as it were, before 2010. And in of course, coming up with such review of the law, then it meant that the National Police Service ought to have been left to be independent, but with the supervision of a National Police Service Commission, a commission that is mandated to oversee the operations of the police. Back in the day, the police, the head of the police, then would make autonomous decisions as to who to be promoted from whatever rank, and it would depend on how you dance to the tune of your senior to get to that level. But now it's over, because now we've got a National Police Service Commission that must comprise of people with high integrity, people who've served this country, people who've been in, who have experience from different quarters. And I think the nominee falls nothing short of that, because he's a gentleman that has served this country in various capacities, especially in the practice of the law. A person that has the history of this country, and a person who's practiced in our courts and knows the judicial system and the court process and everything. He knows, he served the country at the time when the police then used to abuse their prosecutory powers, then, as it were. And he's also served this country as an advocate the new constitution, at the time when now police did not have the prosecutory powers to prosecute. And I think we couldn't get any better person to fill in that position. The nominee is a smart person, with a strong legal background and highly experienced in terms of every area of practice. And being a commission is going, of course, with the synergy of the other members, to form a synergy with the other members of the commission, and make sure that, of course, we continue bringing confidence and yielding and building confidence with the police, because the members of the public, of course, have been having issues previously with the police, but with now this, amalgamation of systems, having the police service and having the National Police Service Commission, which does not necessarily have people with a military background or the police training background, then that really helps us to be able to mitigate these challenges of engaging the police and the public. And I think this nominee brings with him the experience that is needed, in this whole process of making sure that we yield confidence with the police service in this country. And for that reason, Honorable Speaker, I support the report.
The MP for Kangema. What's your point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm starting on standing order number 95. Considering this motion has been sufficiently debated, if you could call the mover to reply.
Order, you're out of order. The MP for Kangema. The MP for the Goreti North, Kangema. Oh, the MP for Juja, sorry, the MP for Juja, yes. Proceed. Give the mic to the MP for Juja. Mheshimiwa Honorable George Koimburi. Proceed. What happened to the mic? Okay, now you have it.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was also studying for a point of order because all the members have already spoken on this matter.
Order, you're out of order. The MP for the Goreti North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this report, Mr. Speaker, and to indeed just first appreciate the committee for interviewing one person that indeed we will appreciate comes in with a lot of experience from the different fields and sectors that we have in this country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the CV of one Edwin Kiprono Chelugut, you appreciate that as he comes into the Police Service Commission, he is bringing in first the experience of the legislature, where he was a speaker once in Nandi County. Then he brings in the experience of being a lawyer, and he brings in the experience of also sitting in a board that deals with also national matters. But Mr. Speaker, even as he goes into this commission, you realize today we have very many challenges that also the sector is facing. And I wish and pray that as he goes in, one of the things they will try and do is to bring us a few recommendations on how do we deal seriously with the promotions of not just the police in blue, but even the GSUs who came, and now it is one team. And that is one thing that is really, really, when you meet many of our police officers, they really cry about it. He also needs to go and now sort out the issue of those police officers who went into other departments but are unable to be part of the commission so that they are able to be remunerated the way others are being remunerated. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that he needs to now go and assist, being a lawyer, I believe now he will assist the commission in terms of, while I know they have their legal advisors and all that, but sitting in the commission itself, he will look at the law at a different level and be able to advise. And even be able to advise all the oversight bodies that are looking at on the issues of the police. Mr. Speaker, when I look at a police officer today when he wakes up in the morning, and this is your son, your daughter, your brother, your sister, the challenges that they are facing is something that now needs to also. I know the government promised they will ensure they've been remunerated well, and many other things that they were promised. But it is important for us to know, while you promise the service that they do to this country, if we want to have a good service team, then we must take care also of their welfare, Mr. Speaker. And if we don't, we will keep on crying how corrupt they are, and many other things. Even just the uniform, even if it's the blue uniform, can it be standardized that there is a place you can get it in a better way? And it can be done through NYS, it can be done through our EPZs, but something neat that when you look at them, you admire the way we admire our sergeant-at-arms in this house. And so, Mr. Speaker, it is very unfortunate, and even retraining, even as the commission sits, it has to think how we can retrain and understand. Today we have a very different society. How will that training has to come in with that understanding that society has changed and evolved. I can see we are fighting illicit brew, Mr. Speaker, but when you go, you will be surprised it is being sold when our police are just there. Then you wonder, what are we talking about? And why is it being just brewed next to even a police station? So some of these things, I know I support my police officers who are within the Dagoretti North. And there are many things we've done very positively together to see how we can enhance community policing within Dagoretti North. But Mr. Speaker, I know in other communities, it is like when you see a police, you run. And it used to happen, and it's still happening, Mr. Speaker. So we have to ask ourselves, even as we bring in now our next commissioner, that what is this that we are bringing best? It's like sometimes, Mr. Speaker, and I'm sorry to say, you find someone telling you, I have worked for this many years. But the same challenges he spoke about those years are the same challenges he's speaking to date. So even as we move on with all the challenges that we are facing, I know we started also pointing fingers on the issues of what is happening. You see, now when we decide the police force must deal with our social fabric challenges that we have and all this, then they need training, Mr. Speaker. And also, we need to distinguish it out of the politics so that they don't feel, if I interfere here, I might be interfering with politics, because we have sort of mixed so much things until that is why there's a lot of laxity in terms of dealing with the moral decay that we have in society. And even as they come in also, let them learn how to appreciate each institution that is around them. So I'm hoping we can have very good understanding in the different organizations that are within. We can also look at, there are some issues that police are going through. Maybe they went somewhere, you can use force, maybe because you are on your defense, but now they are being taken to court, and I'm hoping the commission will look at those things, that not everyone, and even this house must come up with some clear regulations now to guide, because also it's becoming an issue where people are being taken advantage of. So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I want to really appreciate and wish Mr. Edwin Kiprono well, but I want to tell him we are there to support, yes, but we are also there to monitor, and we will support the police where it is needed. I have always been their supporter, and I still support that they need good welfare for them to serve this country and serve in a better way, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, while the committee is going to do the rightful job, we need to also ask that in all this that we are doing, can we have good officers who are willing to serve this country, who are willing to support and find us, get better services, who are willing to understand the Constitution. Edwin is a lawyer. As he goes in, can he understand and guide the rest to understand the Constitution, where we need to do and what we need to have? So, Mr. Speaker, with those many remarks, I beg to support this report and to wish Mr. Chelugui well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable MP for Kipipiri, Wanjikumui here, you're on what point of order?
Honorable Speaker, I'm starting on standing order number 95 to request if you could call the mover to reply.
Is that the mood of the House? Yes. I now call on the mover to reply. Order. The mover. Order. It's only the mover who can reply. Nobody else can reply. Proceed and reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to thank the members for their contribution.
Can you give the mover the mic? Yeah, okay, proceed.
I beg to reply.
Okay. Honorable members, I now put the question that taking into consideration the findings of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security in its report on the vetting of a nominee for the appointment as a member of the National Police Service Commission laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, the 26th April 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 250, Subarticle 2B of the Constitution and Section 6, Subsection 6 of the National Police Service Commission Act of 2011 and Section 8, Subsection 1 of the Public Appointments Parliamentary Approval Act of 2011, this House approves the appointment of Mr. Edwin Kiprono Chelugui as a member of the National Police Service Commission. As men of the opinion say aye. Aye. As men of contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it. Next order. Order. Next order.
Order number 10. Order number 10, motion, report of the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Pan-African Parliament, PAP.
Member of the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Wanjiku Muya, who is moving this motion. It's a resumption of the debate. Proceed. Honorable Wanjiku Muya, proceed and contribute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, and I thank the members in the House who have really been waiting for this report. Honorable Speaker, for avoidance of doubt, this report was already tabled by the delegation which represent the National Assembly.
Yes, I have that recollection.
In Pan-Africa.
Yes.
But for avoidance of doubt and for record of the House, yesterday I also tabled a similar report, but to make clarification so that members can get the content, the report I tabled yesterday is the report of Committee of Integration on examination of the report which was tabled by the delegation. And in that, I want to debate on this report and mainly speak on the committee's observation. Honorable Speaker, to refresh honorable members' mind, Pan-African Parliament is a legislative body of the African Union. It's comprised of over 200 members from over 50 member states who are members of African Union who have signed the protocol on Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the reason why, through your wisdom, this report was marked to our committee is so that our committee should have time to interact with this report, examine it as per the standing order, and understand any gap that could be in this kind of debate. And in such, in the future, these gaps can be deliberated because the main aim of African Union and its legislative arm is to bring stability in the whole African continent. Honorable Speaker, the committee observed mainly 3 or 4 things which I may want to discuss. First, we identified there is a gap, and this gap emanates from the mandate of Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, one of the mandate of Pan-African Parliament or the powers is to make recommendation to the African Union on matters of common interest, including the promotion of peace, security, and stability on the continent, economic integration, and development. However, these recommendations are not binding. Honorable Speaker, this is a gap that my committee learned, and in the fullest of time, we will continue engaging and see how this gap would be sealed. Why do I say this, Honorable Speaker? Is because in the 3 or 4 observations that the committee made in this report is that 1, during the first sitting after these members were sworn in, they discussed a motion or a resolution of the House and urged the African Union to ensure there is peace and stability in DRC Congo. Honorable Speaker, when a House of Pan-African Parliament, which was comprised of over 50 member states, have a motion and make a resolution, and such a motion is not binding when they urge the stakeholders, I think it leaves us with a gap, and a serious gap, and it beats the logic as to why then we have the Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, the committee also observed that there is need in this report, that is the report of the delegation, there is need to change the way the leadership of Pan-African Parliament is elected by way of rotation. If we may remember and refresh our minds to 2021 elections, they were marshaled by crisis, they were stalemate for quite some time. And if we may remember, the Pan-African Parliament was not able to move. And this is a common norm in many parliaments, including this very parliament. You remember in our inception, we were also arguing who are the majority and who are the minority, while indeed we could count ourselves and see that we were the majority. But we also had that stalemate. During EALA 4, we also had a stalemate. We were not able to elect the speaker of EALA 4 until we had mediation. So even for Pan-African Parliament to have a stalemate and not be able to choose their own leader is very normal in any setup of Parliament. And as such, through the wisdom of the leadership of African Union, they have suggested that the leadership should be through rotation. What I would urge, or what my committee observed, is that our team or the delegation that represent the National Assembly should understand the terms of reference. Because if we speak of rotation, and maybe the countries which have served there before also queue in rotation, considering we have over 50, in fact, in the number 52, 55 countries, if a country is given a term of 5 years, that is going to be hundreds of years. So our team, which represent us, should be very clear on terms of reference. Would it be maybe alphabetical or whichever order, but that is an item that we observed. We also observed that the Pan-African Parliament is aiming at having its membership elected through universal suffrage. This is also a gap that now inform our committee than never before to urge the House leadership that it would be of much value to this House if the delegation which represent the National Assembly emanate from the Regional Integration Committee. Why do we say this? Some of these issues, if we are not able to interact well with the members who participate there, and we only interact with the paper, then obviously we do not have the advantage to make queries, clarification, and such. Honorable Speaker, I wish to say that as a committee, we considered this report and now urge this House that this report be adopted because it was to notify the House the previous time, having examined the whole report, and hopefully that in future we shall be able to do much better. With that, Honorable Speaker, I wouldn't want to leave the floor without reminding the members or refreshing the members the vision or the main agenda of African Union, which is aimed to be 2063. This is to become an integrated, prosperous, peaceful Africa, driven by its own African citizen. And I know the men in the House would really love that African driven by African citizen, following the motion of ratification that we held a few hours ago. But Honorable Speaker, this would only be practical if these regional blocks continue to bite together. One of the objectives we have seen of Pan-Africa is accountability, transparency. While we are blocks, yet we are not so much accountable. While we are blocks, yet we are not so much transparent. I, as a member, a previous member of EALA, I can speak of hundreds of NTBs, non-tariff barriers. We claim we are a common bloc, East Africa. We can move from point A to B. But when you are driving, Honorable Speaker, to any country within, you will always find NTBs, the non-tariff barriers. Even the mindset of our officers at the borders is still on the old time when we were traveling to Tanzania with a visa. So these are the issues that should guide us if indeed we shall find ourselves reaching to that agenda of 2063, because each bloc must really work towards that agenda. Honorable Speaker, I cannot also leave the floor without thanking the Speaker and the office of the clerk most sincerely for invariable support they have accorded my committee when we were examining this report, considering this was the first time that this report of Pan-African Parliament has been marked to my committee. This is especially by implementing the Standing Order 212, which states that our committee should examine all reports, all debates of regional blocks, including Pan-African Parliament. Honorable Speaker, with that, I also don't want to leave the floor without quoting Article 3 of the protocol of the Pan-African Parliament, which stipulate the objectives, and I realized, maybe because I support or advocate for persons with disability more, that in their promotion of economic integration, they are speaking of ensuring the representation of women and youth in decision making. So again, our team, which represents very, very well, should also advocate for inclusive representation rather than women and youth, because when we speak of the two categories and we don't use the general word of inclusivity, that means then we are leaving the persons living with disability without being stakeholders in this table of decision making of the African content. With those few remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank you very much once more, thank the Speaker and the Office of the Clerk and even the Secretariat at my committee. I thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Wanjiku Muya. Is the majority leader in the House? Oh, the Honorable Silvanus Osoro, on behalf of the majority leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the majority leadership position will never be vacant at any given time. So, in the absence of the majority leader, there exists the office of the majority whip. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Thursday, April 27th, 2023. The budget estimates from the National Treasury for the financial year 2023-2024, and the medium term for the national government, which include 2023-2024 program-based budget, 2023-2024 estimates for recurrent expenditure, volumes 1 and 2.
The Honorable Silvanus Osoro is laying papers on behalf of the majority leader. Your concern could be the issue we are addressing here. Don't worry about it. Stay within chair. Let the majority leader, through his delegate, for the purpose going on, proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. For the year ended 2023-2024, estimates of development expenditure, volumes 1, 2, and 3. List of projects of the National Government of Kenya for the financial year ending 30th June 2024. The budget summary for the fiscal year 2023-2024 and the supporting information, and estimates of revenue grants and loans of the Government of Kenya for the year 2023-2024. And finally, Honorable Speaker, the financial statement for the fiscal year 2023-2024. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Whip. Majority Leader has stepped in. I want to assure you, Majority Leader, that the Majority Whip Assembly spoken on your behalf. Because you rank, would you give Majority Leader the mic to say a word?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was on phone behind you, in the room behind you. And Honorable Speaker, let me thank the Majority Whip because I saw on the TV him stepping in. But I just want to take this opportunity, Honorable Speaker, to alert all chairs of our departmental committees that the most important task that they have as chairs of committees is here. And I know, looking at the calendar of the House, we are expected to proceed on the long working recess. And I emphasize working recess, because this is the recess where they embark on their looking at the annual estimates that have just been tabled, and maybe to ask chairs to kindly avail their time
and to lead from the front. We have asked many of them to put aside any trips during this long recess, because it is a working recess, and I will be asking all our departmental chairs to please be available as soon as we go on recess, because they will be meeting with their MDAs, for us to be able to also engage between the chairs of the committees and the Budget and Appropriations Committee, and have a report ready by the time we resume Parliament after the long recess on the first Tuesday, hopefully. Thank you, Honourable Speaker.
Thank you, Majority Leader, and I hope the committee chairs, both departmental and select committee chairs, have taken note, because it is not for no reason I noted that the Majority Leader would run in. Would you give the mic to Commissioner Patrick Makau?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On the same breath, Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Parliamentary Service Commission, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, April 27, 2023, for the estimates of recurrent and development expenditure of the Parliamentary Service for the year ending 30th June 2024, and the projections for 2024-2025 through 2026 from the Parliamentary Service Commission. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Patrick Makau. Honorable members are out to have indicated formally for the answered, but I interrupted the debate which was going on so that those papers due to their critical importance are laid. It has also been brought to my attention, Honorable Wanjiku Muya, that we by error commenced debate after seconding before putting or proposing the question. I therefore direct from the seat that the contributions or the debate already made by the chair of the committee will be expunged from record. And I proceed therefore to propose the question for the House to formally debate. Honorable members, I propose the question that this House notes the report of the Kenya delegation to the Pan-African Parliament on the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament laid on the table of the House on Tuesday, 28 February 2023. And so, having expunged the previous proceedings, the chair, have your bite.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and error is to human and human is to error. And I will repeat myself very briefly by refreshing honorable members and this House memories that this report was tabled by the delegation which represent the National Assembly in Pan-African Parliament, and as per our standing order number 212, my Committee on Regional Integration is mandated to examine all debates, all reports, all records of East African Legislative Assembly, IALA, Pan-African Parliament, the Pacific and Caribbean, and any other joint assembly. And as such, this report, after it was tabled, was marked to my committee for examination. And for that reason, for record, the report that I tabled yesterday is not the report from Pan-African Parliament, but the report of my committee on the observation after the examination as per the standing order. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, I was just putting 2-3 observations that my committee made, but before then, I thought it's good to refresh honorable members' memory by indicating that Pan-African Parliament is a legislative body of African Union comprised of over 200 members from over 50 member states who have signed the protocol of Pan-African Parliament. The Pan-African Parliament mainly its objective is to promote democracy, to promote human rights, and to accelerate human capital, social and economic development. In Article 3, Honorable Speaker, I already mentioned that the Pan-African Parliament main mandate is again to promote the African Union agenda, but I did put a disclaimer on that Article 3, some point where they say the Pan-African Parliament should promote economic integration, ensuring representation of women and youth in the decision-making process. And I did urge our team, which represent us in South Africa, that going forward in future, they should make a recommendation that the representation should be termed as inclusive, so that it do include also all sort of groups, including persons living with disability. Honorable Speaker, the main aim why the standing order was drafted that this kind of report should be sent to my committee for examination is because Regional Integration Committee deal with regional integration matters and to the extent of the whole African region. And as such, we may observe a gap, we may observe bilateral talks that could be going at African continent level, which are also fundamental to EAC or other regional bloc. During our deliberation in my committee, yes, we did observe some gaps. For instance, we found that in this report, the Pan-African Parliament had a motion on calling the African Union to fast track the peace and stability in DRC Congo. The gap we found as a committee is that the mandate of Pan-African Parliament is to make a recommendation to African Union. But then these recommendations are not binding. So to me and the committee, it beats the logic. Why then they would recommend that peace and stability be fast-tracked in DRC Congo, yet a whole Pan-African Parliament, which is comprised of over 200 members who are representing about 5 regional blocks, cannot have a binding argument on the floor of the House. So that is why it is important for such reports to come to us. That is one observation that we made. They did that very well, which was very timely. Could they be sitting today, I'm sure they would be pointing out that African Union also and IGAD fast-track the peace and stability in the Republic of Sudan. We also observed the Honorable Speaker, and this will come from our experience on Pan-African Parliament around 2021, that the leadership of African Union have recommended that the leadership of Pan-African Parliament be on rotational basis. I think as a committee we welcome this because we remember the stalemate that was there, and I already mentioned again that it is common for stalemate to be in any parliament. Honorable Speaker, when we were in inception in this House, we also struggled, even when we could count Kenya Kwanza members were more than the other team who are the majority, and we were on stalemate. During year 4, we were not able to elect a speaker until mediation happened in Arusha. So it is normal for any parliament to be on stalemate, and could we find a better solution and resolution to handle the matter, like in the wisdom of African Union, like this rotational basis, it is much welcomed. However, as a committee, as we observe this, we also urge our team who represent us that they must be clear on terms of reference. Because, Honorable Speaker, I think currently we have 55 member states in African Union. So if you are going on rotation and even not expurging the countries that already had leadership, that can take us hundreds of years, and maybe country Kenya may never lead for the next 200 years. So these are terms of reference that the team in South Africa should be very clear. They must see how to do away with the countries that have already held the leadership. They must put the time in terms of time frame, and they may even consider to go alphabetically or any way of their choice. Finally, Honorable Speaker, we also observed that the membership of Pan-African Parliament is aimed to be elected on universal suffrage, and the leadership is aiming at doing away with getting membership from parliament. We observed this, and Honorable Speaker, we feel as a committee that in future, the delegation which represent Pan-African Parliament should emanate from Regional Integration Committee. Why do I say this? We are given this report to interact with it, and when you interact with the paper, you cannot make clarification. For instance, on that universal suffrage for the membership of Pan-African Parliament, the committee had whole and hundreds of questions on clarification. When we intended to call the membership or the delegation to our committee, again we are limited by the standing order because we cannot summon fellow members to our committee unless we invite them on friendly basis, and when we invite them on friendly basis, Honorable Speaker, again that is not formal. So we find ourselves in difficulties as a committee examining this report, and therefore we continue to urge the leadership of this House to consider in future. We know these nominations are political, and politically anyone...
Wanjiku, that is a very important point you're making.
And
luckily the majority leader of the House, not of the majority side, and the majority whip are in the House. I would wish that in as much as they are consulting, they not even to consult in low tones, but at least they heed the point you're making. Yeah, thank you.
Honorable Speaker, I would not mind to repeat myself. I was expressing the need to interact with the people, and I was stating that in future, the Pan-African Parliament membership should be drawn from Committee of Regional Integration, because when we have an issue like the Pan-African Parliament leadership aims at getting the membership through universal suffrage, as a committee we want to examine more and have clarification, but we cannot make clarification from the papers. Noting that these nominations are political, they can be elected in any way by any political party, but then they come from the Committee of Regional Integration, so that when we are interacting, we can have further clarifications with the team. Honorable Speaker, as I conclude, I would say that the African Union vision of 2063, which I mentioned that the men in this House would be glad to hear this sentence, it is to drive African through African citizens by making ourselves as Africans key players internationally, be it in trade, be it in economy, be it in human rights. And as such, Honorable Speaker, I wish to say that this report be adopted by this House, having been examined by our committee, and we hope in future we can even do better. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Wanjiku Muya, the Honorable Mutembei, MP for Kitui East.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to the report on examination by the Committee of National Integration on the report from our representatives to the Pan-African Parliament. Mr. Speaker, as the chair has alluded, some things are very disturbing. It is very disturbing to note that the regulations or resolutions by the Pan-African movement, some are not binding, and especially on the restoration of peace in Africa, knowing the challenges we have. Mr. Speaker, the challenges of Africa goes beyond peace and reconciliation, and actually the challenge of peace and reconciliation emanates from some other serious challenges in terms of the control of our natural resources, our politics, and if all these can get to the flow of the Pan-African movement Parliament, and the resolutions are not binding, then, Mr. Speaker, it's a serious challenge. Something has to be done for Africa to move to the next level. The Pan-African Parliament needs to be empowered for its resolutions to be binding, because this is the only body that can move Africa to the next level, Mr. Speaker. As you've seen, we have the world and also Africa is spending so much on peace and reconciliation related issues. Our country, as we speak, has sent our forces to several countries on our budget, and also from our partners, development partners. If such a cost, Mr. Speaker, are being burdened on our budget, and then the institutions which are making the decisions have no authority to make binding resolutions, then, Mr. Speaker, these are resources going to drain for no good reason. We also need to move to the next level of discussion in terms of Africa being a one market without all these challenges of our goods and people crossing boundaries while doing business, and also the issue of one currency for our continent. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the dollar is very strong, and it's just because we have small units of African countries with small currencies which can't stand the weight of the dollar, which is a currency across several states, Mr. Speaker. And if we add Africa by the Pan-African Parliament, then it will get us for African countries and our economy to be stronger. Mr. Speaker, as you know, the West, out of neocolonialism, we will not be happy with our Pan-African Parliament having binding resolutions. So this is one of the ways of African countries, Mr. Speaker, unchaining ourselves from the bondage of our colonialists and move our continent to the next level and leave a better continent for our children, Mr. Speaker. I really recommend and I commend the committee for the observations, and I would wish, it's my wish, that this house and the other houses in Africa can follow up with regulations and treaties to make resolutions by the Pan-African Parliament binding, Mr. Speaker. And with the few remarks, I beg to support. Thank you.
Honorable Gideon Muliungi, MP for Mwingi Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this report. Mr. Speaker, I'm equally perturbed, like my colleague, that Pan-African Parliament has no teeth to bite. It is toothless. It appears to be a social club. We send members there to enjoy themselves, and nothing comes out of it which can be binding for Africa. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, it is high time that we look at that parliament, more so including even Yala, because I also don't know what really Yala really does for Kenya and for members of that the community. And therefore, Mr. Speaker, I think it's high time, because we recall the late Muammar Gaddafi had a vision for Africa, the unity of Africa, the United States of Africa, and maybe that is the direction we should move, so that we become a superpower like the United States of America, United Kingdom, and the EU. And that is what Pan-African Parliament should be working towards, African unity, one currency, so that the currency can be as strong as the sterling pounds, the euro, the US dollar, so that it is comparable. But when each country within Africa encloses themselves in just their own cocoons, then there is a problem. And therefore I support these observations that we get more serious and maybe consider the members we send to Pan-African Parliament be the membership of the committee of the chairperson who has moved this report. And therefore, Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Beatrice Elachi for Dagoretti North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I also rise to support this report, Mr. Speaker, as we examine it based on how the chair has moved the report. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the Pan-African Parliament, I believe at that time we had desires as Africans to see that we are back to the roots that our fathers started in terms of Pan-Africanism. And Mr. Speaker, the Parliament was supposed to help us to intervene in terms of protecting the rights of the African member states, deepening our relationships and bringing relevance in terms of the many struggles that we have, and especially poverty. And now when you look at the Parliament and look at the AU and the things that are happening, first of all, we just need to ask ourselves, looking at the richness of the African continent, and I'm hoping members who go to PAP are able now to really critique and be able to now look at what are the key issues that are affecting Africa and their different member states, where we believed that we shall have an economic growth. And if indeed this is a parliament that came in maybe when we looked at the European Parliament and we felt that that is what will happen, that inter-regional relations will be there. And even as we talk of the robust 2063, where we are talking about the African economies and growth and development and lead of transformation, but surely I believe it should start now, and it is this Parliament that is supposed now to look at the heads of member states and question some of the issues that are happening. If you want to see Africa's GDP go up, then indeed we have to really work onto our agriculture, tourism, the blue economy, Mr. Speaker. And so, and even the brands that we are now facing on issues of climate change. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we support the report, I will say, like my fellow colleagues, that it is important also now, as we go, even those who are elected, appointed through our own parliament, that when you table to us a report, there's something that we need to read about now, the different member states. What are the challenges? Today we have Sudan that has just gone, Mr. Speaker, and if we were serious, PAP needed to have recalled itself to their parliament and talk about it, that we can't just lose a whole country. It's just going haywire. The same with DRC, and we are talking about the AU, and these are now, the most thing that is happening in Africa is that every place we are just talking about peace and security. Even in Kenya, we are still talking about the same, our bandits, our what. I think it is something in terms of regional integration and understanding these parliaments, we can have different resolutions coming from different, and even sanctions from the parliament, sending it to the AU and saying, we don't want to hear this from this country of Sudan. We don't want to hear. It's only the thing we hear, Mr. Speaker, oh, the foreigners have now decided to take the plane. What about the Africans? Yet we have a Pan-African Parliament that should be sanctioning and asking this country to stop some of these things. So the members who go there must also, as much as Mheshimiwa says they don't have teeth, you create teeth. These are politicians. Create that teeth and start questioning these heads of state, that if indeed the AU will just want to see a country go down to the dogs just because of internal and we cannot interfere. Yet in the European Parliament, they are there interfering with Ukraine and Russia. then why can't we as the African continent safeguard our own? We've seen how Libya has gone down. We saw how the Arab Spring just took many countries down. We cannot allow Sudan to just go like that. And at the end of the day, anyway, it affects all the regional countries that are there, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, even as we look at this, we have to now start pushing PAP to come up with clear recommendations, not recommendations on how they have gone through their resolutions, which are normal there anyway, Mr. Speaker. But what is this that you can sanction a country? I was expecting in the report, Mr. Speaker, to look at the devastation of Malawi, if indeed we are talking of, because they were just taken with climate change, yet within some of the resolutions that the African Union gave PAP was to now go and look at how we can mitigate climate change. But I haven't heard them say they visited Malawi and see what happened. A country that was not on an island, it's inland, but due to climate change, they lost 200 plus. It was important. It is important, therefore, even as we send our members, let us see also results, not just for us Kenyans, but also for our other countries that are there. And Mr. Speaker, it is always important. Even right now we are talking about hunger, we are talking about many other issues. But Mr. Speaker, when we talk of poverty, when you look at all the faces that we see on TV, on Al Jazeera, on CNN, you are looking at an African continent that is so rich but looks, it's so miserable, Mr. Speaker. And it is the members who go there instead of us accusing them so much. But they must create, we normally say when you go into any space, we as politicians, Mr. Speaker, you can never go home and find a vacuum and not fill it. And so if there is a vacuum in terms of issues, this parliament is able to fill. There are many issues in Africa you cannot lack what to debate, what to resolve, what to bring. And so when you are bringing a resolution, you are bringing a resolution that is binding, that will go to the African Union states. When we are going to the AU, you are able to stand firm and say, this was our report from the Pan-African Parliament. And therefore, we would wish to see a few changes. And the young people, they are there, they are committed, inspired that while we talk of Resolution 2063, that they will see these changes we are talking about. So, Mr. Speaker, and even the diaspora, with all that they are trying to, not just in Kenya, you see how they remit back home. What about other countries? So, Mr. Speaker, as I finalize, I think we want to see a vibrant Pan-African Parliament. When they say the 6th Parliament, it should be vibrant, it should have better resolutions that they will bring. We need a report that they need to go and hand over to our president and say, when you go to the AU, these are the things we felt you need to go and speak about. And the other members from the other states do the same, so that we can see why we have this parliament. And then going forward, even as we do different resolutions that we want to see them go through an election, we want to see them being supported fully. The same way with the EALA. Mr. Speaker, it is time now this House ratifies and bring the members of EALA to be part of the Parliamentary Service Commission. I have no idea why we should go through all that process and then in the end it goes, and now they come now through the ministry and all that. You've realized many of your members are the ones who come from this House, Mr. Speaker. So it's important to just ensure we ratify and let them be part of this House, even in terms of their remuneration and everything, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say we have Africa is a place where we can really transform the world. If we had tapped on the challenges that Ukraine is facing, it is Africa where we would have now be planting the wheat and all these things. But because of our different small boundaries that has come and barriers in terms of trade, which is one thing I wish the Pan-African Parliament before the end of the year must be pushing each member state that open your boundaries so that we have free trade within the African continent. That way, we shall start opening up our economies, building back our economies, building back the challenges we have faced post-COVID, and at that time, growth will come, and we will have employment for many. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Thank you, Honorable Beatrice Elachi, for those informative contributions. The Majority Whip and Member of Parliament for South Mugirango, the Honorable Silvanus Osoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, it is very ironical that Africa as a continent is a rich continent, and it's actually a continent that all the other parts of the world envy and wish to be. But our way of organization, Honorable Speaker, sometimes really confuses even ourselves, because we really do not know how to organize ourselves and plan our own continent. And that is why, you know, some people take advantage of us as a people. Honorable Speaker, when you look at the report of the Pan-African Parliament, it's really a good report that from the onset I support, Honorable Speaker. But it's sad that everything that is proposed by the parliamentary, the Pan-African Parliamentary group is, or parliament, is, for lack of a better word, can only be termed as hot air. It is sad that it can only recommend. It is a body that is well constituted, paid by taxpayers, you know, of different state members, but whatever they propose remains as such a mere proposal and cannot be effected. And it's very sad sometimes when you see even our neighbors across the continent, across, our very immediate neighbors fighting, but there is nothing the Pan-African Parliament can do other than making proposals. When you look at the history of the Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Speaker, they first had their meeting in 2005 in South Africa. And over the years, they've been meeting, because they meet about 2 times or 3 times a year. They've been holding meetings over the years from 2005, all through. We are now in 2023. You can imagine, we are talking about over 15 years of people meeting. Ideally, practically 18 years of people holding meetings and making recommendations of what ought to be done, but it's not effected. It is not effected because those are mere proposals. Honorable Speaker, the committee's report is very good and very juicy to read, and we really support it entirely. But if there is need to go through the Constitutive Act of the African Union that proposed that the election of the PAP members be done through universal suffrage, and that it also proposed that at that point, that the respective countries be barred from having the sitting members, you know, of the national legislatures be part of this PAP. If it will require that we go through that proposal, that it's universal suffrage, then so be it, so that we can be able to have at least a legislative body that can be able to bite, making recommendations about the DRC, making recommendation about the peace, you know, in that area, in the DRC, but then really not being effected is really immaterial. Making proposals about, in fact, the only thing that at times this legislative body focuses on is the rotational leadership, which is something that this committee, of course, proposed, that they do rotational leadership, the matrix in terms of how they can be able to rotate. They set up the alphabetical structure, or otherwise, that how do we choose the rotational structure? Maybe today Kenya, then tomorrow Uganda. Then when you look at the proposal in terms of rotational leadership, you realize Kenya, Honorable Speaker, falls under K. So if you go through rotational leadership and you go in alphabetical order, maybe Kenya will achieve the leadership position or under that angle of rotational after 200 years, when you and I, Honorable Speaker, will not be there. It is actually very sad. such proposal should actually not be admitted, because I think we should maybe go through competing economies. Which country holds the better economy, so that people work for it. That those that control the economy, those that are able to go, you know, to within the level that can be equated, you know, or rather can be can amount to quality economy, then get that opportunity to lead. But talking about alphabetical order and such like that will really mess. And there are other countries, of course, that have also served previously in such leadership. They should also not get such opportunities to lead the other state members. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of the concern. It is sad that PAP only gets concerned of the leadership, of the challenge in DRC. But what happens after the concern? They make proposal that there is need to have peace in DRC. But they again cannot bite. That concern just ends within that house. It ends within the meetings. And it's really, really sad that people are dying. Innocent children are dying, and mothers and fathers in DRC. But there is nothing that the member states can do. And other than calling, of course, for immediate end of conflict, which, of course, it's good that it was tabled then. Honorable Speaker, there is also the issue of the women empowerment and inclusion of governance. Again, it is a proposal. Some of the member states that proposed are known, you know, to suffocate women in leadership. But they proposed such recommendations in the Pan-African Parliament. I mean, really, it is quite ironical. A country, because I really need to respect our neighborhood, but there are countries that are known to suffocate women in leadership. They also proposed the matters to do with the women's rights, which again, in my opinion, cannot really be practical when they are proposed by quotas that are known not to respect women in leadership. But all said and done, there is need for African countries, Honorable Speaker, to review their treaties and their engagements. We are a continent that is too small, but very rich. We are a continent that if we really decide to join hands, Honorable Speaker, if we decide to, you know, create common grounds in terms of our engagements, we can form a very enviable continent. It is sad, in the United States of America, Honorable Speaker, it's really a country. But moving from here, let's say, when one takes a flight from, let's say, Texas to Seattle, Washington, it takes a person about 8 hours flight to get to that place. But it's still regarded as a single country. And people are able to engage from those member states. You know, it is, they've been able to turn such a huge and populous country into one very small global village. There is need for African countries to review that and stop this fear, unnecessary fear, amongst the member states, the fear of unknown. People trying to fight to remain in leadership all through in their life, you know, because the member states have also leaders that do not want to change. They do not want to have, review of their own laws. Somebody wants to be in power forever. Somebody wants to remain in power they believe that they enjoy the monopoly of leadership. And that is why they don't believe that somebody can be able to take over the leadership. So it is actually sad at times as Africans that we really cannot reason together and even come up with a common currency. Those are the things that this Pan-African Parliament should be thinking of. And if it needs us to suffrage the membership, as far as the nominees are concerned, maybe not even be able to sit in the National Assembly so that they can have quality time to legislate and come up with laws that can be able to put this continent together, then so be it. But unfortunately, Honorable Speaker, we do not want to agree that as a continent, we are too few and we can come together. The member states can come together, form a common ground so that we actually become a continent that can be able to reason together. It is sad that a student leaves Uganda. A student leaves Uganda and comes to Kenya, you know, leaves Uganda and comes to Kenya and pays school fees as an international student. It is very sad. Yet, Uganda is just here. But a student leaves Texas and goes to Seattle, Washington, 8 hours apart, and is able to study there comfortably. So, Honorable Speaker, with those very many remarks, I support the report. Thank you.
Honorable Soro, were you rushing against time or you're done?
I was actually...
Because of status, I could add you a few minutes.
Please add me 3 minutes.
Add Honorable Soro 3 minutes.
Please, thank you very much.
And it will be followed by Honorable Irene Mayaka and the others who have requested to speak in that order. Proceed.
Yeah, like Honorable Mdhoni. She's really been waiting. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for adding me that time. So I was saying, it is sad that a student on a 2-hour flight from, actually 1.5 hours flight from Uganda, takes a flight from Uganda, Kampala, and comes to Kenya or Rwanda. And when he gets to Kenya, he pays school fees at Kenyatta University or Nairobi University or the University of Nairobi as a student from United States would pay, as a student from the other places like Asia would pay. They are regarded as international students. A person with the same skin color as we do have, a person that is about 1.5 hours distance. It is very sad. It is not something that we should be talking about at this time and era. And that is why I'm saying, Honorable Speaker, that from 2005, since the Pan-African Parliament had the inaugural Legislative Assembly, by now they would have made inroads. They would have made recommendations that are workable. And I think it's important for the member states to support the Pan-African Parliament, to empower them to come up with possible treaties that can make the recommendations of the Pan-African Parliament binding and legislative in nature. Because as they are merely recommendations. And even if they make recommendations for the students, it would really help, because as it is right now, Honorable Speaker, it is the entire body is a toothless dog per se. It is a body that just meets to share ideas and propose and then go home and possibly network. That is not how Africans should be thinking as we speak. Because we've come of age, we are a rich continent, we are a continent that can reason together. It pains me that we all leave Africa to go and do research. Our students leave Africa to do research in the United States, to do research in Asia, to do research in far countries and continents. Why can't we get to a level where students from the United States of America, students from Asia, come to the University of Nairobi and do research, so that we can also become a research center? Because we do not want to reason together, and that is why we are here, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, I conclude by saying that Pan-African Parliament should be empowered. Pan-African Parliament should think outside the box, or even throw the box away and start thinking. There should be treaties that make recommendations by the Pan-African Parliament more binding, other than mere recommendations and suggestions. With those very many remarks, Honorable Speaker, I thank you for the additional time, and I beg to support the report. Thank you very much.
Irene Mayaka, nominated MP.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. And I also stand to support this report. And I'd like to make additional remarks just to enrich and also ensure that we are together from here, ensuring that our Pan-African parliamentarians representatives are working well. Honorable Speaker, I'm speaking from the background of being the Vice President of East Africa region for African Liberal Network on behalf of my political party. And this is one of the forums where we are able to also have discussions with other political parties, not only from East Africa, but Northern Africa, Southern Africa, Central Africa, and Eastern Africa. And one of the things that this has actually helped us, and it would really enrich the Pan-African Parliament, is that we've been able to bring to table and discuss issues that are directly affecting our countries. Case in point, Honorable Speaker, like right now in Sudan, we are having a crisis that is going on, and I agree with my colleagues who are saying that right now the Pan-African Parliament should have been recalled to go back and actually give its comments on this particular issue that is really affecting people. As of today, it's even been said that in southern Sudan, we are having citizens from other countries being beaten up. And this is an issue that is really, really making Africa look bad. And we need to have our voice heard in it. Honorable Speaker.
Did you say the Republic of Sudan or South Sudan?
South Sudan, my apologies. Honorable Speaker, some of the issues that I would have loved to see from this report is, for example, countries being extremely expensive. And this for us should be an actual wake-up call. As African countries, as our representatives in Pan-Africa, can they have discussions of how we can come up with solutions that can actually help us within Africa? For example, why do we have to import so much wheat all the way from Ukraine, and yet we have African countries that have good soils, that have good weather, that can actually do this right here at home? These are some of the wake-up calls that we need to start thinking as Africans. Can we find African solutions to African problems so that we don't have to go to the West or the East, and we can actually find solutions within ourselves? Mr. Speaker, the other day, our president and the president of South Africa did sign an agreement pact that allows Kenyans and South Africans to travel to each other's countries without visa for 90 days. What that has done, Honorable Speaker, is that it has enabled a lot of Kenyans and South Africans to travel from each other's country for tourism and trade. Instead of people going all the way to Dubai for holiday, people are now actually considering Cape Town or Mombasa or Diani for holidays. And these are some of the things that we should encourage. Kenya Airways right now has 4 flights on a daily basis going to Johannesburg and Cape Town. And the reason for this is because that we have enabled people to travel without too many stringent needs. Pan-African Parliament should be pushing for us to be able to have a free Africa travel so that more people can travel within different African countries without too many visa restrictions, because then you're able, free tariff, because then you're able to go to different countries and even see opportunities that you could actually get from there. Mr. Speaker, I've seen a lot of emphasis from the report in terms of what the Pan-African Parliament wants to do with women, but sadly to speak, I'm not seeing anything about youth. And we keep forgetting, Honorable Speaker, that the youth of this country and all other African countries are the leaders of tomorrow, if not today. If you're not having succession plans and engagements of young people across Africa together, then we're not opening that space enough for them. And Honorable Speaker, I'd just like to cite an example of what Christopher Khaemba, who is the founder of Nova Pioneer in Kenya, has been able to do. Because we do have a similar structure of Nova Pioneer in South Africa and in Botswana. And what that has enabled the students to be able to do is to have exchange programs across these 3 countries. Our Kenyan boys and girls are able to go to these other countries and see what's going on there, and the other way around. And they're able to then see that there are things beyond just Kenya that they're able to learn, even though they're still doing the 844 system. So, Honorable Speaker, I just want to say that for our PAP, that they do, if they could, they should widen the scope of the things that they are looking at, and they also should be able to be very visible. We want to hear the voice of our Pan-African parliamentarians every time there's a crisis happening in Africa, in whatever country. We want to hear the voice of our Pan-African parliamentarians being on top of things in terms of trade, giving advice and driving policy issues that actually can enable us to help Africa. And I just want to conclude by saying, Honorable Speaker, that as Africans we should be proud of who we are. And we should always engage, as the chair of budget is always saying, that Africa is our business. It should be our business not only in terms of exchange, in terms of cultural differences and trade, but also that we must also speak on behalf of Africa and encourage even the people from outside the other continents to be able to come and see Africa, to be able to trade with Africa, and not only consider us as a tourism attraction, but that as people who are extremely well educated, people who know the things that they're doing. But the only way that that can work for us is that if we can actually have a wake-up call and realize that we have so much potential within our continent that we need to just leverage on this and encourage each other. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Irene Mayaka, I can't see the Honorable Dorothy Kiara. Where are you seated? Could you give Honorable Dorothy Kiara the mic? If you can track a card.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very, very important report. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting that Africa belongs to us Africans. And the problems of Africa will be resolved by none other than ourselves. As I state that, Mr. Speaker, I want to strongly support this report that has been tabled this evening by Honorable Anjiko Muya, Chair Committee Regional Integration. Mr. Speaker, it is worth noting and appreciating that our country, Kenya, we have members who represent us in the Pan-African Parliament. Out of the 52 countries, close to 52 countries that sit in that parliament, our voices are there. Mr. Speaker, it's very, very key that we Africans appreciate ourselves first, and the only way we can be able to move forward is, one, to be accountable and transparent in whatever we do. Accountability is very key, and transparency is equally very key. I'm saying this, Mr. Speaker, because in most cases when people sit together, some people have hidden cans under the table. And this is the reason why when they sit in the Pan-African Parliament and they pass laws, they pass treaties, some of the people differ the same, simply because they don't want unity in Africa. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very key for us to know and note that the European countries, somehow they are united because they use one currency. They trade across countries like the United States of America. These people have a constitution that guides and governs them. But when we come to Africa, Mr. Speaker, because of the small issues that we normally tend with, the issues like we don't trust one another, the issues that some African countries are not comfortable because they feel they are lagging behind. Mr. Speaker, our strength will only be drawn by us getting united. Mr. Speaker, I want to underscore the fact that this African country is right now threatened because we don't have peace. And it is our responsibility as the African leaders to ensure that peace and stability is key in every other country. Mr. Speaker, it is very sad when we hear that the warring factions in Congo, warring factions in Sudan, the Pan-African Parliament sits down and gives orders that they require peace in those countries, and then they go back to their countries and nothing happens. Mr. Speaker, I want to strongly support this report of Honorable Anjiko, and I want to urge the Honorable Member that they work very, very closely with those who are serving in the Pan-African Parliament so that they can both harmonize the issues touching on our region with the issues touching on the African continent. Mr. Speaker, it is also worth noting that the issues of women, whether in Kenya, whether in Uganda, women matters touch across board. And when we are talking about women, I take cognizance in the fact that some African countries still, they have not, and I say they have not, been able to integrate women and make them part of their governance system. I want to thank the our Kenyan Parliament, because today, Mr. Speaker, we have quite a huge number of women serving in this Parliament, single-member constituency, and the women who serve at the county level. Mr. Speaker, it is up to us and those who sit in the Pan-African Parliament to ensure that the countries who have not embraced women leadership, they do so at the earliest opportunity. Mr. Speaker, as I conclude...
Order. Who is this honorable member who crosses over, talks with Honorable Millie, crosses over, is pulled by Honorable Osoro? Could the honorable member do what we do in the House in terms of changing or crossing the aisles? You just go up to there and do the right thing.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, thank you. And as I conclude, Mr. Speaker, I want to say Africa is a very rich country. Africa has a relatively very, very accommodative climate, and say they want to broker peace. Mr. Speaker, we cannot be sure that they are coming in is to broker peace or coming to colonize the African countries once again. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, I want to support this very, very important motion brought to the House and say it is the time for us Africans to stand and be counted. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mboko Milemba, MP for Mwaya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Pan-African Parliament, as I congratulate the Honorable Member for bringing this particular report to the House, Pan-African Parliament was a great mind and great thinking by the leaders then who envisaged that we should bring an African bloc in place to make resolutions that actually empower African independent states, especially when they are negotiating at the international front or making a push to realize any benefit or defend the rights, both economic, social, and other forms of rights of the people. Pan-African Parliament must be closely related to the history of Pan-Africanism itself, which had the traditional original leaders who fought for African independence like Kwame Nkrumah, maybe Jomo Kenyatta and others as founder members. But this is a movement that had a very long history emanating from the black Americans who were in America like W.W. Du Bois and many others who fronted the idea that Africa must be a proud nation with proud countries and with independent mind pushing their policy independently without influence of the Europeans. That particular time, Honorable Speaker, they were also inspired by the Eurocentric scholars who had defined Africa as a dark continent. The other day I saw one member of parliament speak about that. There was a historian by the name William Travaropa who, when asked whether there was anything in Africa, he said there's nothing in Africa, but for Trevor Roper, it was just darkness. So when the first Pan-Africanists came up within the continent, their first business was to establish the independence of African states, which they indeed did. Now, they later on created the Organization of African Union, which unfortunately did not pick up very strongly. And for how long during those days when we had the A-level history, you would get this question with 50 marks, that OAU is as a dog that is sleeping without teeth to bite. Later on, the creation of the Pan-African Parliament was actually supposed to bring the African member states to a level of having a stronger negotiating voice with other continents and other powers, not only limited to rights, which I've seen here as recommendations, but also economic decisions like trading rights, economic blocks, currency, and other things that would make the continent very, very strong. I think the advent and trials by the late Libyan leader to form the African Union was a very serious step to try and strengthen Pan-Africanism. I therefore welcome the Pan-African Parliament, but it has a lot to do in terms of making Africa to be a strong bloc. In this report somewhere, I realized that the mover had this feeling that to strengthen even this parliament, we possibly need to have the representatives who sit in the regional bloc like the East African Parliament, the one that is based in Dar es Salaam, Arusha, in Tanzania, whichever way, as the members who will be the ones who should go to the Pan-African government. That would completely lose the spirit of Pan-African Parliament as intended from the history of Pan-Africanism. This Pan-African Parliament is supposed to have representation from the member states. And if there are regional issues that need to be negotiated, then networking among the member states, like if the Eastern region, those member states in the East African community, or for economic matters, the economic body that we used to call ECOWAS, and West Africa could do the same through their own regional bodies. East Africa is actually PTA, I'm very sorry. Let me correct myself, but ECOWAS is for West Africa. So they will then network within their regional bodies so that they have their point and their drive firmly put in place. But let the representation come from each member state, because that is where now the Pan-African Parliament sits and is respected as a parliament sitting for African nations, not with regional representation, but member states representing the interests of Kenya, Tanzania, and other African states as they are. So there I would wish to really reiterate that it's very important that the representation is directly from the member states.
Order, Honorable Mboko. Honorable Muliungi, where did you come from to this side? You know, we can't give our new members, you know, habits other than those prescribed in the standing order. It is up to the other end, and you don't cross as you go. Proceed, Honorable Mboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for maintaining very, very good order within the House. You know, if we don't do that, then we shall lose the House in terms of its respect. So, Honorable Speaker, I was saying that the Pan-African Parliament has a lot of work to do. Number one, on the issue of labor, they have to legislate quickly to make sure that there is a cross-border movement and agreements that will allow free movement of labor from one state to another. And even go further to legislate within their different regions to allow free movement of labor without a lot of tariffs, including the work permits, which are making it difficult for labor to move, for instance, between Kenya, Uganda, Tanzania, and the neighboring states. And that is urgent because one big resource that the African nation still enjoys is human resource and labor. And that's why you will find that the multinational companies will always come to Africa because there's cheap labor. So the cheap labor is available for foreigners, but the cheap labor is not available for the African states themselves because there are too many barriers that limit on transfer of labor from one country to another. We cannot say to mention the issue of currency. In fact, this is where finally the rubber will hit the road. If it can legislate so that we start having a common currency between or among the African states, even if we were to begin with a few, then that is how we shall solve the problem of the dollar being as a good of serious scarcity like it is now. Honorable Speaker, today, yesterday, when the Prime Cabinet Secretary was addressing this Parliament, he severally talked about how our dollar stocks are diminishing and is worried about the dollar stocks. It is because that the dollar is being used by a number of many states which are forming what is called the United States of America. And therefore it's a very strong currency. So if they can bring a common currency which can actually be used as an African currency to negotiate loans using this particular currency, you can imagine the depreciation that the shilling has now had against the dollar. And that has made even us to pay almost double what we would have paid as foreign debt because of just the depreciation of the shilling that has accrued. So a common currency would be very, very strong for legislation of the Pan-African Parliament to strengthen the region that we call Africa. But then finally, even if, as I see the red light, the political legislation in this Parliament must be serious so that we finally have leadership that are actually democratic and can respect constitutions of their own countries. And a country that is not respecting their own constitution can even be kicked out of this Parliament and the organization. Because what is hurting Africa most is the politics and the inability of these countries to respect their own constitution. When you look at what is now happening in northern Sudan,
is that the manner you wanted to conclude, Honorable Omboko? 1 minute to conclude.
So, Honorable Speaker, in my 1 minute, I must say that they must legislate on the politics of Africa so that democracy is upheld, the rights are upheld, and presidents and leaders respect their own constitution of their own countries. This will enable Africa to be peaceful, and therefore, once we are peaceful, we shall be able to be strong economically, strong socially, and even strong on international front when we negotiate for our interests. With those few remarks, I thank you, Honorable Speaker, for adding me that 1 minute. Thank you, sir.
I want to interrupt debate for a short while to allow the majority leader lay a paper. Then Honorable Millie, prepare as a former member of the Pan-African Parliament to make your contributions. The Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for your indulgence to lay the following paper on the table of the House today, Thursday, April 27, 2023. This is a national tax policy from the National Treasury and economic planning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I also take this opportunity to welcome the Honorable Millie to the House at her usual time.
Thank you, Majority Leader. Honorable Millie Odhiambo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity, and I want to thank Honorable Ichung'wah for welcoming me at my usual time when we actually do serious business. I don't normally come when people do the AOB. This is only the Parliament of Kenya where we start with any other business and then the business starts later. So I know how to come at the right time as a member of Parliament who is a legislator, who is a lawyer by training. So I know this is a time when we do, but beyond that, Mr. Speaker, he was my former chair in budget, so you must also know as a majority leader that the budget committee is sitting the whole day. So I'm a very committed member of the House. I've sat the whole day, but still had time to be here. But having said that, Mr. Speaker, let me take this opportunity to support the report by the head of the delegation of Pan-African Parliament, Honorable Mukami, on the proceedings of the first ordinary session of the 6th Parliament of Pan-African Parliament. Indeed, as the Speaker says, I'm a former member of the Pan-African Parliament, and so I understand quite a bit of how the proceedings go. Mr. Speaker, I've looked at the report, and I've seen that the report on the main plenary focuses a lot on the issue of conflict and unconstitutional regime changes in Africa, and makes very serious recommendations, including early warning, and it is important, Mr. Speaker, as a continent to check on what bedevils us and why these changes are becoming very common, perhaps because we are slackening on the issue of governance. So maybe that is one of the things that we need to check as a continent. Mr. Speaker, one of the other things that I've actually seen them talking about is the issue of the need for continued election monitoring in countries where there's election monitoring. Mr. Speaker, courtesy of the Pan-African Parliament, I had opportunity to monitor election in a few of the countries. And one of the things I've noticed, which even creates those conflicts, is that at Africa we are usually very late in terms of our reaction to changes. When, for instance, I'll give you an example, like the last time I was in Zambia, and when we did the election monitoring, everything looks okay, because the kind of questionnaire that you are given for monitoring will assess things like what time did people start the election, was there violence, did people have a chance to vote uninterrupted. But Mr. Speaker, that is not how elections are rigged anymore in Africa. Elections are rigged digitally, and there is no system for monitoring digital stealing of elections. And until we reach a point in Africa where we are able to monitor digital rigging of elections, then we'll still have challenges as a continent. And therefore, I would want to urge the Pan-African Parliament that the next time that they're talking about this, let them look at how we can confront the issue of digitalization of elections, because that's where the problem is. The problem is no longer about whether people, I was also in Ghana, people vote very well. There's never any issue. But usually there's an issue post the election in transmission, especially in transmission of elections. So that is where we should be looking at. How do you monitor a digitized system of election? And I'm very disappointed even in development partners who are still living 40 years, 60 years ago when we didn't have digitized systems. And they look at the way people walked in, the way people got, voted. But how do you monitor how people, or rather how those results are transmitted? Mr. Speaker, I can actually tell you as a matter of fact that I won, and I won by a very huge margin. But still my elections were, part of my election was rigged. I only left because I beat my opponent by a very big margin. So I didn't want to go on and on about it. I have written in my book, Rig or Be Rigged, that one of the things that is bedeviling us as a country and as a continent is that. And until we deal with it, then we can attend every conference and attend every meeting, and it will not solve our problems in Africa. Mr. Speaker, the other issue that I want to thank the Pan-African Parliament for dealing with is the issue of women's rights, and especially focusing on the Maputo Protocol. I know that Kenya is a party to the Maputo Protocol, but our challenge, because the Maputo Protocol talks very strongly on the issue of reproductive rights of women. Unfortunately, in this country, when especially our religious sector hear the word reproductive, you would actually think that reproductive is worse than the case that happened in Kilifi. That it's more sin to talk of reproductive, yet people are reproducing, including pastors. So I don't know why reproduction is a sin. I would want to encourage the religious leaders to know that reproduction is not a sin. When you hear us talking, so I'm actually bringing a bill called Family Reproductive Healthcare Bill. When you see it, don't be on the defensive.
Honorable Millie Odhiambo, did you forget that the Speaker is your uncle?
Yeah. Thank you, my uncle, Mr. Speaker, but it is true. Everybody reproduces, including pastors. The only people who don't reproduce, I know, is in the Catholic Church, where people who have committed themselves to serve God, but some also sometimes sin is all over the world. So you even find people who have committed to serving the Lord sometimes are swayed to reproduce. And because of that, I would want to encourage that as a country, when we do finally bring that reproductive health care, family reproductive health care bill, let us look at it soberly, because we are having so many difficulties and challenges as women, and even as men. I've said it here before, that we have men suffering infertility and erectile issues, but we don't talk about them. In fact, my Kalenjin brothers are the ones who know. They have a term called kipka. Kipka means there are things that people don't talk about. There are things that are said in the bedroom and that. Yet actually they are the things that affect us the most. So I'd want to say that I want to thank the Pan-African Parliament for raising this. Mr. Speaker, the only challenge that I'd want to say, which I saw in Pan-African Parliament, and one of the reasons I was not very persuaded to even go back, is me, I'm a person who is very output or results oriented. And Pan-African Parliament does not have a legislative authority. So what we do is we can say, let us have a model law, or the reports of Pan-African Parliament, even if you look at the one that is presented here, it comes more as a report of a conference or a workshop. But if it had legislative authority, like yesterday we were passing the 3 conventions relating to children. And Mr. Speaker, once we pass that here, it becomes binding on the country. But this report of Pan-African Parliament is more persuasive. It is not binding. So one of the things that I even raised when I was in Pan-African Parliament was that we need to give that parliament legislative authority. Let us see what European Parliament does, what other regional parliaments do. And as Africa, we will be saying we have problems when you have the African Union is still holding on to some residues of power. They don't want to let go of the legislative power to Pan-African Parliament. Let them let go that power to Pan-African Parliament so that we have an executive arm sitting at the AU, you have a legislative arm sitting in Midrand, and then you have now, because there are also, the suggestion here was also we have a criminal court in Africa that can deal with issues in Africa. But let us have that once we also have given the legislative arm teeth to bite. And finally, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage Honorable Mukami as the head of delegation, I'm presuming you are. I would want to encourage, because of some of the challenges, I'm not going to say which I've seen here, that we can consult outside here, but you need to do an amendment to the standing orders so that as a delegation, you are recognized specifically and you can give your reports without the back and forth that I've seen here before. Otherwise, I do support and I thank you for even doing a better job than we did when we were there. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mili. The Honorable Augustine Mwafrika, the MP for Oisambu.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this glorious opportunity to add my voice in supporting this report. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that when I was in school, I remember we used to run that in Africa, when it comes to developed countries and developed countries, we used to run that in Africa we have only 2 developed countries. That time it used to be South Africa and Egypt. But today I'm told that they are like 5. The reason why I'm giving reference to this about developed countries is because Africa, with so many countries, is only 2 countries which are developed. Then I just wonder, when shall we be 10? When shall we be 20? And the reason why we should keep growing to those numbers is when African countries are stable, when there is peace. Mr. Speaker, the Pan-African Parliament, I would propose that they are supposed to be given tooth to bite because there is a difference between a watchman who will watch thieves coming only to call the employer to inform that they are thieves. And there is that person who is supposed to enforce. This Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Speaker, is supposed to be given more power, probably even to summon those political leaders who are creating conflict and violence in African countries. Summon them. And we are sad, Mr. Speaker, because right now, we as Africans and as leaders, we are looking in Southern Sudan desperately what is happening in Southern Sudan. What has been gained or has been gained around for the last 10 years in Southern Sudan, now it is going to the drain. It is very sad, Mr. Speaker. We know that if this Pan-African Parliament, if it is given more power, and we have confidence with it, if it can be given more power, it can be able to stop all the political conflicts within Africa as a continent. This
Honorable Mwafrika, do you need any information from the majority whip?
I don't need, but since he wants to raise a point of order,
you don't need,
he can be around
a point of order.
Yes.
For a point of information, if you don't need the information,
yes,
it can't be given. So the question again is, do you need information from the majority whip or not?
I don't need.
Proceed.
The reason why, Mr. Speaker, I'm saying that this Parliament, the Pan-African Parliament, was inaugurated in 2004 to promote democracy and human rights. So, Mr. Speaker, we have a lot of confidence in this court, and we want to say that the developed countries have been coming up with some conventions and treaties. If we give an example of the Rome Statute, which most of the developed countries are not a member, but they come on telling us, Africans, that this is good for us. But for them, they don't become members. This afternoon, Mr. Speaker, we dropped a motion about the convention and treaties. I wish, Mr. Speaker, if it had emanated from the Pan-African Court, because the Pan-African Parliament, Mr. Speaker, because you know it could have considered very much on culture and what have you, which regards to Africans. So, Mr. Speaker, I wish to recommend that we have confidence in this Parliament, and we recommend that this Parliament be given more power, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, and I support.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute on this important report, Mr. Speaker. And I want to thank the committee for a very good job they have done, because this is very important. Mr. Speaker, Pan-African Parliament needs a lot of support, because this is a very good platform whereby, as Africans, we need to be proud of our continent, Mr. Speaker. And this is whereby we need to discuss the issue affecting our continent, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to say that if you look what is happening in Africa, it needs a lot of coming together and discussing the issues affecting our continent, Mr. Speaker. For example, Mr. Speaker, if we talk of climate change, in our continent, Mr. Speaker, we are affected. And this is the item we need to come and discuss as a continent. How can we do to contribute to our climate? How can we do to avoid this global warming? And as this Pan-African Parliament, I think these are the issues which will be discussed in there, and we need to support them, Mr. Speaker. when you see if you look at what is happening about this Ukraine war, Mr. Speaker, as Africa, we are affected. And Mr. Speaker, we need to come up and sit down as Africa, as a continent, and discuss how can we come up with a solution and avoid some of these things which is happening in our continent. Mr. Speaker, when there is a war, you see the economy is affected, Mr. Speaker. But if we can see, because Africa, we are feeding the West, we are feeding other continents, but because we don't have that kind of unity, Mr. Speaker, that's why sometimes we are misused by the West, Mr. Speaker. So I want to say that, Mr. Speaker, it is a high time we need to support this parliament, Mr. Speaker. When we come together and discuss and agree on the issue of travel, we open our borders, and our children, our youth, we allow them to travel without a visa, to travel to other countries, to gain knowledge, some to do to further their studies without disturbance. Mr. Speaker, I remember 3 years ago, I was approached by one of my constituents who the daughter was wanted to go and further studies in South Africa. But they wanted to get a visa, and it was a challenge to them, Mr. Speaker. But if we come together and say as a continent, let's work together, let's open our borders, that will help our youth, and it's also help to promote education in our continent, Mr. Speaker. Technology has made the world to be a village, Mr. Speaker. And due to the technology, we have brains in Africa. Good doctors come from Africa, Mr. Speaker. And this is a high time. We need to bring them together. In this parliament, we discuss and pass some laws which will allow working environments. Someone to be coming from, if you come from Kenya, you go to South Africa, you don't need many documents to get employment. That will also contribute to the economy of this of Africa, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to take the opportunity and thank the committee and say I support. Thank you.
The Honorable Joshua Mwalio, the MP for Maseka.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I want to support the report of the committee and for the well done, for the work well done. I would like to say that we as Africans, we need this Pan-African Parliament because this is where we can air our views as a coordinate and be able to know how each country is faring on as far as their economy is doing and also the peace of the country. Africans' countries are very rich in knowledge and even in resources. And we need to pass laws that can be able to protect these resources from being shipponed from this country by foreigners. If you go to where gold is mined, we will find that the foreign countries and the foreign big companies are the ones that normally mine these gold and diamonds and the oil and the gas. While we as Africans, we are employed there as employees in those companies. We need to be able to come together, even if it is to form big companies as a block, bring our resources together, form a mining company that can be able to mine gas as a country. Maybe 2 to 3 countries comes together, form a big block, which will be able to do a big business, rather than leaving everything to be shipped to other countries. For example, if you go to Kwale, you will find that the titanium which is being mined there is not being mined by Kenyans, is being mined by foreigners from Italy who are shipping everything to Italy, and they pay us whatever they want, the premium they wanted to pay. So we need this Pan-African Parliament to be able to make laws that empower our own Africans so that we can be able to trade. Number two, we need to be talking together as Africans, as African countries. We need this parliament to pass laws that will enable our presidents to come together and speak with one voice and say we are brothers. Why should we fight because we are neighbors? Why should we have quarrels because we are neighbors? By so doing, we are taking back all the progress that we have been able to, the achievements that we have been able to make, we are taking them behind. So we need this Pan-African Parliament to continue making good laws for progress, for prosperity. We also need free cross borders from here to Nigeria. I go there without passport, without visa rather. I just walk in and do a business. I buy goods there, bring together and sell. But now if you want to do even a business in Tanzania here, you have so many things that are required. So this Pan-African Parliament should pass laws that are attractive, that are favorable even to the business people. So that is what I want us to be able to do as Africans, because we are one. We are blacks. Majority, why are you laughing at me? Number three, what we need as a parliament is that the laws that they pass in that parliament should be respected, should be rejected by the states that form the Pan-African Parliament, so that they can be able to be fulfilled in their own in the way they are passed. You see, you can pass a law and then it will never come to be implemented. So we need some implementations of the good laws, and the bad laws, we leave them out. With those few remarks, I want to stop there so that the other members can be able to contribute. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The MP for Kisumu is the Honorable Shakil Shabir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. I acknowledge and note the report on the Pan-African Parliament that has been tabled, and it has raised a lot of concerns and a lot of good points. One of the things that, as an African, and I'm not a black African, but I'm a brown African, as my friend says, is that Africa has vision since the early 20th century to be combined as the Pan-African states of Africa. Gaddafi tried, the Egyptian Abdel Nasser tried, Lumumba tried, Nkrumah tried. The vision is excellent. The implementation and to take it across to be effective is not. Vision without implementation is hallucination. So we're wondering, there is the one in Addis Ababa. We have the Pan-African Parliament. We have the African Union. We have the Pan-African Parliament. We have ECOWAS. We have so many others. I sometimes wonder, and I've been to the Pan-African Parliament, I was not a participant, but I watched them, and I wondered whether this was a talk shop, because they do not make laws, as my colleague just said. It's really more like a conference of people to come and talk, and then there is the biggest problem that they have there is the question between Francophone and Anglophone, and then the Spanish phone. Now,
You know, we Africans, when you're going to be split between Anglophone and Francophone and Spanish phone, that's irrelevant. They're all Africans and we've all been colonized. And the point of the African Union and the Pan-African Parliament is to bring parliamentarians together so that they can form a body of understanding, so that they can understand what Kenya is about. We can understand what Uganda is about, what Botswana is about, what Mauritania is about, what Southern Sudan is about. The very fact that we are sitting here today and we see Southern Sudan, which is fallen into disarray, and now the Sudan, what is called the Arabic Republic of Sudan. Then we have the Ethiopians who are watching, and we have this. Then we have these players from the Arab states and Israel and others watching and seeing how Sudan is disintegrating. Yet I have not seen one comment from the Pan-African Parliament. I have not seen one such comment from the African Union. It is sad. You know, the Pan-African Parliament should now get its act together. The Pan-African Parliament is should no longer be a group of parliamentarians, each who have sovereignty, and a group of parliamentarians who go and sit in South Africa for 2 weeks every set period. We want to see results. We want to see how the Pan-African Parliament is going to be able to help in certain areas. Maybe when we're talking about Pan-Africanism, the issue of the sea boundaries. Why do we have to go to other people when we have the Pan-African Parliament in the African Union to tell us where the boundary of Kenya and the boundary of Somalia cross? Why can't we discuss that? Why can't we go and talk about other issues, whether it is Sudanese, whether it's the Nile Treaty? The Nile Treaty, Mr. Chair, was not drawn up by us. It was the Europeans. And yet my constituency at this moment is flooded because we are unable to desilt our rivers. We are unable to make channels. We are unable to put together dams because it's against the Nile Treaty. I think those are the issues that the Pan-African Parliament must look at. I was shocked and horrified at one time. There was a group of people who called themselves African chiefs who went to meet Gaddafi. And among them was the biggest crook that we have seen called Patni. Now when did Patni become an African chief? I don't know.
Honorable Shabir.
Yes, sir.
The standing orders do not allow you to mention a person.
Okay, I withdraw.
Defend himself.
I withdraw and apologize, but we did have somebody who definitely was not an African chief. But so the point that I'm making is we must not trivialize. We must not trivialize the fact that Africans want to get together. We must not trivialize the fact that common African unity is going to be the strength of Africa. We must not trivialize the fact that if we Africans get together, we are a force to reckon with. We must not trivialize the fact that why are there invisible boundaries? Why cannot I fly from here to Morocco without a visa? Why cannot I fly from here to somewhere else? We must also not trivialize the fact that we don't have a common currency between Kenya, Uganda, and other places. This is the sort of thing we must look at. We must look at the European Union, and as you see, Mr. Chair, Britain went out of the European Union, and you can see the economic state of affairs in Britain. So these are the facts, Mr. Speaker, sir, and we must try our best to accentuate the positive in respect of the Pan-African Parliament and the African unity.
Shakil Shabir, the Honorable Dr. Lillian Gogo, the MP for Rangwe.
Thank you so much, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to support this particular report, and I think this report, Honorable Speaker, has been much debated and ventilated upon by members, and I rise to call that the mover be called to reply.
Is it the mood of the House that the mover should be called upon to reply? Mover.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to thank all the members who have contributed on this motion, and I want to assure them that I have heard their sentiments, and I want to assure them that they are well represented in Pan-African Parliament. I wanted to confirm to the members from Machakos that in South Africa now the visas are free. You can go to South Africa without any visa. Honorable Speaker, I urge the House to adopt the report of Pan-African Parliament, and I beg to reply. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you very much. For good reasons, the question on the motion will be put when the House next sits, and when the matter will be so scheduled by the House Business Committee for Business. But I'm very pleased with the debates made. I wish we could pick this, particularly the relevant committees and the mover, for some firm resolutions in terms of how we can improve the operations of the Pan-African Parliament. Order, honorable members. Honorable members, at the time being 7:00 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 2nd day of May 2023 at 2:30 p.m.
Well, a very good afternoon to you and welcome to this live broadcast over the Senate afternoon sitting on this 27th day of April, the year 2023. This is a live broadcast that is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in partnership with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. In the order of business for the senators this afternoon is that members will be resuming a debate on the Equalization Fund Appropriation Bill originating from the Senate, Bill number 3 over 2023, a bill tabled by the Chairperson Standing Committee on Finance and Budget, Honorable Ali Roba. Debate, or rather resumption of this debate will be following the interruption of a similar debate that was taking place on the Wednesday, 26th of April 2023 in the afternoon sitting. Pursuant to standing orders number 53-1 that states or speaks on the senator's request for statements, that a senator may request for a statement from a committee relating to any matter under the mandate of the committee that is of countrywide, inter-county, national, and regional or international concern. Various members of the Senate will this afternoon be seeking statement from various standing committee, and the Senator for Isiolo County, Honorable Fatuma Dulo, will be seeking a statement from the Standing Committee on Finance and Budget regarding the delays in